Mr. Perkins, let me know when we're ready.
Ready?
Wonderful. It's 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. This is our work session, and I'm now going to call the meeting to order. Can everyone please rise for our Pledge of Allegiance? The flag is to the right. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Next on the agenda is introduction of new hires. Do we have any new hires that are here? No. Is there anyone here for public comments?
No.
So we'll just keep on going. Next on our agenda is policy review, where we're actually going to flip it and do our independent audit presentation because we have our independent auditor here. Thank you for coming. And I just want to introduce you. I want to say your name correctly. Miss Melissa Zott. Oh, Miss Melissa, this is every year now, I'm sorry. Miss Melissa Zott. And please take it away with your own presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here tonight. What we're going to go through is this PowerPoint slide right in front of you. We put this together. I think it's a little bit easier to understand and go through the numbers where we ended up at June 30, 2025. So today we'll go over some required communications. We have a high level of the general fund results, so we'll go over those. We'll go dive a little bit deeper in your revenues and expenditures, exactly how we got there. We have the general fund balance, as well as a 5-year history. And then the school district does operate other funds, so we'll discuss those briefly, and then I provided you with a debt service summary schedule. On page 3 is some communications requirements and responsibilities of management and those charged with governance. Those charged with governance would be the board as well as the audit committee. So you are responsible with selecting appropriate accounting policies, making sure they're implemented. The financial statements that you have, make sure that those are fairly presented in accordance with United States generally accepted accounting principles. Establishing internal controls, making sure you select good controls, and then doing a periodic review, making sure those controls are operating in accordance to the understanding. This compliance with all of your laws and regulations, any contracts that the school district enters into, make sure you're compliant with those as well. Providing us as your external auditors with all of the financial records as part of this external audit process. And then setting a proper tone at the top, which is making sure there's high ethics in the school district. I just want to say also we did meet, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you want me to ask you at the end?
Anytime.
Okay. So I just want to be clear as well for the public and any new board members. So establishing and maintaining effective internal controls. That's really working with the business office to make sure that they have good internal controls. Like we don't work here,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
And
Correct.
we don't look through those processes, but we do ask questions, right, about them.
Exactly.
So, okay.
It's more of like an oversight responsibility, making sure that there is a review being done. I know the audit committee can be utilized for that role as well, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course. We did meet with the audit committee prior to today to go over these numbers. We went over everything in depth and in detail, so I really want to thank the audit committee for their time and commitment to this. It was a very robust discussion. I really appreciate it, so thank you so much. On slide 4, so we, as your external auditors, we also have responsibilities as part of this process. The deliverables are the reports. We do have an independent auditor's report that would be an unmodified opinion. It's the best opinion you can receive. Sometimes you might be referred to as a clean opinion. You might hear that word. We issued a yellow book report. That's a report on controls and compliance. We will be issuing a report on compliance for your federal programs. That's going to be your federal single audit. Most of the times, historically, we've presented that included in the financial statements. Due to the federal government status, we unfortunately cannot issue those at the moment. But once we will provide that with you as well. We've already done a lot of the testing, so we do not find any compliance issues. It's just a matter of getting that finalized. Extra classroom activities report, that includes all the student club activities. And then in one document, we have the required communications to those charged with governance as well as the management letter. We're happy to report that there were no fraud or illegal acts noted as part of our external audit. We didn't have any significant difficulties in conducting our audit, and there were no uncorrected misstatements, so any adjustments found were posted and corrected, and then no disagreements with management. We have come out here twice. So prelims is where we do the control testing. That was June 13th. We were out here for the week of August 25th for the field work. That's where we test the balances and the amounts reported in the financials. And then the New York State pension system for your non-teacher employees, that got released on September 8th. I believe it was the latest that's been released this year, or in this history. So let's go on to the numbers of the general fund. On page 5 is going to be an overview of your general fund. Your first column is your original budget. That's going to be the budget adopted by the voters, but it also includes your prior year purchase orders. So those purchase orders that had not yet been fulfilled get rolled into this year's budget from the prior year. Your final budget column, that would include any budget amendments or budget transfers made during the year. You should have seen those resolutions during the year. Actual results on your third column, and then you have your current year encumbrances or your current year purchase orders. Those will be fulfilled in 25-26, so that will roll into next year. And then your variance. So we'll start at the top with your revenues. You anticipated your revenues coming in at about $78.5 million. You actually did $80.5 million, so it's about almost $2 million better than anticipated. We'll go over that, but a large majority of that was your interest earnings, but we'll have more details on the next page. Your expenditures, so the money going out, that's going to be anticipated $80.6 million. You actually only spent $74.5. You do have $760,000 of purchase orders that will be spent next year. So exclusive of the encumbrances, you underspent the budget about $5.4 million. Again, we'll have those details on the following pages. There are some other financing uses that would be transfers to other funds. You originally budgeted for $925,000, but that did increase to $12.6 million. Majority of that was utilizing capital reserves that got transferred to the capital projects fund. And then you actually only did 11.2. So most important number, net change in fund balance, that's your third line from the bottom. Net change in fund balance is what you anticipate using of your fund balance. So in your original budget column, you anticipated using almost $3 million of fund balance. What's included in there is $2 million of appropriated fund balance as part of your 24-25 budget process. So that number should be familiar when you look at your 24-25 budget. And then $982,000 of the prior year purchase orders. As we mentioned, those get rolled into your budget under the expenditure line, but you're using part of that fund balance to satisfy those. So you anticipated originally you were going to use $3 million of fund balance, but you actually increased that to about 14.8, so it's a very large increase. So the two largest pieces, first was the $8.2 million. That was the proposition that got passed in January for the science lab. So that was the transferring of your capital reserve. So you're not necessarily utilizing unassigned fund balance, you're using that reserve being transferred. In addition, you also transferred $3.5 million of the capital reserve. That would be the phase for phase 2 project. And then a small portion, $155,000 of that increase was related to a tax cert settlement. So you utilize part of your tax cert reserve. So you anticipated, after all the budget amendments, $14.8 million using fund balance, but in your actual results, you actually used only 5.3. So from a budgetary perspective, it was about 8.7. So we'll talk about exactly what those underspendings were, as well as the revenues and expenses on the following pages, but you did fall within the 4%, and we'll go over those reserves. So let's talk about your revenues. We said your revenues overall came in over budget about almost $2 million. These are the various line items that make that up. Your property tax would be your largest revenue source at about $62.2 million. That generally comes in at the amount budgeted The $127,000 relates specifically to tax certiorari's that were settled during the year. You have your STAR reimbursement, that's part of the STAR program. And then another large item is gonna be your sales tax, that's your non-property tax distribution from the county. You can see that performed better than budget, almost $350,000. That's based solely on the economy, so how it's performing. We did see this trend across all of our school districts as well. Charges for services, that would include your day school tuition, as well as your health services for other districts. That did come in about $268,000 better than anticipated. Most of that was related to your health services that you charge out. The 1.5 million, that's your largest, so out of the 2 million, 1.5 is solely related to your interest earnings. So that was the biggest swing that caused this positive variance. The district is included in a municipal investment pool called NILAF. They were earning about 4.2%. This is a good time to invest money and build up the reserves utilizing the interest rather than taxpayer earnings. You did have some insurance recoveries, that's included in your sale of property, compensation for loss, and then your state aid. Your state aid would be your second largest revenue source. You did anticipate part of your budget process, $6.8 million to come in. You actually only received 6.1, so about almost $700,000 less than budget. This is formula driven, so I would look at the budgeting year over year. You can see last year you also received about $6 million.
We
So
always get, yeah.
Mhm. You do have a small amount of federal aid, but most of your federal aid is reported in your special aid fund, which we've provided some of the results later. And then another positive variance is in your miscellaneous. So you had $760,000 better than budget on the miscellaneous income. Majority of that is a refund of prior year, so if any payables are written off in the current year, that would fall into this line. There was a payable from 2010 related to New York State overpayment for transportation. The school district has been vigilantly following up with that year after year, and the state essentially had at this point no information on it, so that was taken in at that point. And then lastly is your transfers in. So your transfers in fell under that other financing sources and uses on the summary page. So the $1,025,000, this is going to be a transfer in from the capital project fund from your phase 1 project. So this didn't get added to unrestricted, it got added to your capital reserve. So I believe that was part of the board resolution that came through in June. So that's the revenue side from a budgetary perspective. On the expenditure side, what we have here is your expenditure summary by function. You have your general government support expenditures, that's going to be your administrative costs, and central support services. So any expenses necessary to operate the school district, that would include your business office, building and grounds, it would include legal, and then your Board of Education expenses. You originally budgeted 10.3, that did increase to 11.2 million, but you did have a favorable variance, so you underspent the budget about 917,000. Majority of that was related to the buildings and grounds. So 386,000 was related specific to maintenance. So maintenance that you anticipated spending but just didn't end up happening this year. About 230,000 was related to operations of your buildings and grounds. That would be your utilities, fuel, oil, that kind of stuff. So that came in under budget. The last portion was related to BOCES services related to the Board of Education that was not spent this year. The second line is your instruction. Your instruction expenditure, you can see that's your largest expense line. That's going to be your most essential function. It essentially encompasses all activities that directly deals with teaching and learning within the classrooms itself. So you spent about $39.5 million, so $1.9 million under what you budgeted. 631,000 was specific to the regular teaching category, so that would include salary savings, would include textbooks, material supplies, those items that were budgeted but not yet purchased. to date. Also included in there is $385,000 specific to programs for students with disabilities, similar items with salaries, textbooks, and materials, and then almost $200,000 is related to the computer assistance teaching. That would be equipment and services related to BOCES for that as well. Your transportation came pretty close to budget at almost $130,000. That would be transportation for students to school and field trips. And then your employee benefit line. Your employee benefit is going to be your second largest expense. So that would be all fringe benefits provided to all district employees regardless of where they're coded. You did have a budgetary savings of $2.5 million. Majority of that is going to be in your hospital and medical line, so that would be any premiums that you have to pay for those. It can change and fluctuate based on the rates when they're set versus when they're budgeted, so it's really challenging to budget for employee benefit lines. The last item I wanted to point out was your transfers out. As we talked about, you utilize fund balance, your capital reserve to fund those capital projects. So in that 12.3 is the 3.5 for phase 2, the 8.2 for the science labs, and then you have a small portion that was transferred to your special aid fund for some of your matching grants. So that's how we got to your ending fund balance. If we get on page 8, you can see your reserves here. As I mentioned, you are at 4%, but you do have different categories. You used to have a non-spendable for prepaid. If you have any prepaid items, that would fall under there. The next bucket of reserves you have is restricted, so that would be legally restricted, third party, or like a local law type of a situation. And here you do have reserves related to education loss, so your tax certiorari, that would be at $16.9 million. That did increase. We make sure that your tax certiorari is fully supported by what potentially is out there as an exposure aspect. So those are potential claims outstanding. Your employee benefit accrued liability, that's going to be for compensated absences. So as employees retire and they get paid out, this would come, you could utilize this instead of kind of incurring a current year expense. Your ERS and TRS retirement contributions, that would help you pay the invoices that come through as well as the retirement incentives. So you have $2.1 million in your ERS and then 2.2 in your TRS. Your repair reserves would be for any repairs that would come through, so that did increase to 1.3. You have 2 smaller ones for property loss and liability for any claims that come through, as well as unemployment benefits. And then your future capital projects. As you anticipated, as we talked about, your capital projects did drop from 11.9 down to 2.3. So you did utilize those 2 transfers to the capital project for those science lab phase 2, but you also had an influx from phase 1 of what you're adding to this reserve. So overall, your restricted fund balance is at $25.5 million. You do have assigned, so that would be your purchase on orders, those encumbrances we talked about, that's $762,000. So next year when we're back here, I'll talk about what you're planning on using in fund balance, and you'll see that $762,000 will be talked about next year. As well, in your 25-26 budget, you also anticipated utilizing $2 million of fund balance to balance the budget. So unassigned, $3.4 million almost, so you're at the 4%, which is the limit as required. That's for the general fund piece. You do operate other funds at the school. Oh, that's on page 9. Your special aid fund, again, would house all of your federal and state grants specific to restricted populations. So your revenues would be sourced from federal and state grants. You had revenues of about $5.1 million. You transfers in, that came from the general fund, $118,000, and then expenditures. We do anticipate that this fund would have a 0 fund balance as it is fully self-sufficient. All of your revenues are supporting all of the expenditures within that fund. Your capital projects fund, you start out with $25.3 million. You did have some state aid funding, about $500,000. The transfers in that we talked about for those two projects, and then the expenditures, about 19. So those are just funding the ongoing capital projects. Your school lunch fund would just operate your cafeteria. So your revenues would be state federal aid as well as food sales associated, and then the expenditures related to the cafeteria fund. Your special purpose fund would include mostly your extra classroom, so all of your student activity clubs would flow through there, with your revenues being donations or fundraising, and then the expenditure would be funding those field trips or the activities that the student clubs do.
Are equipment expenses for replacing kitchen equipment part of the school lunch fund, or are they paid for in other ways?
Usually they'd be part of the school lunch, the cafeteria fund, the C fund, but I think somebody had mentioned that the district got a grant last year for equipment. That possibly would be paid out of a different fund,
Okay.
separate from food service.
Thank you.
But the maintenance for that would come out of,
C fund. C fund should be self-supporting. The general fund, we hope doesn't have to support it unless it's necessary.
I have a question. The special purpose fund, is there a maximum that could reach or no?
No, there's no current maximum of like the fund balance would be. Ideally, because of your extra classroom, if we see any clubs that are inactive, we would report that to you, because those should be fully supporting the activities of those clubs. So I would anticipate that it should stay relatively flat. It shouldn't really grow unless they're doing a ton of fundraising.
Say they're doing a ton of fundraising and it goes high and then they don't use it, and then there's doing more fundraising, is that an issue? Like, does that flag something?
I would ask questions about it, because I think it's important. If you're fundraising, you generally it's for a specific event, something that they like, whether it's a math club, they have a mathathon they want to go to. So if I see that there's a ton of fundraising and just no money being spent, I would ask why. Most likely I'd have a management comment on it, that you're fundraising for a specific thing, it should timely be spent, because as students move on, you want to fundraise for those students who are currently fundraising and supporting those.
Does it also do classes count in that? So like the class of 2032, for example, they should be accruing funds, right?
Yes.
Every year until 2032. Is that taken into consideration, or is that somewhere else?
No, that's going to be in here as well. And then at a certain point when the class graduates, that money would then go to the general student organization to fund and benefit all of the students.
Okay, thank you.
Great questions, yeah. You do have a debt service fund. It does have $6 in it, so you could utilize that to help pay for your principal and interest payments, so it could be a big support going forward. And then we do have some debt service that I wanted to provide the summary for. So, in recent years, you did the energy performance contract, so we can see that just started, I think last year, so this is year, luckily there's no principal or interest payment in the first year. But you can see the principal and interest payment and the payment maturity schedule right below that. So you will start payments in 2026, so that's your 25-26 year. So annually, about $1.9 million in principal and interest payments. That would flow through the life through 2040. And then you also have a short-term capital borrowing, that's your bond anticipation note, of about $3.25 million, and that's at 4%. Generally, people would issue bonds to fund the project, and then once the project's complete, you would essentially either pay that down entirely, or you would roll it into a long-term general obligation bond. So that's a very normal practice at school.
Where does the 3.2 million come from? Which count up here?
Yeah. So the 3.2 would be shown in the capital projects fund.
Okay.
And it's going to be part of the liabilities. So part of your phase 2 project, I believe, is currently in a deficit, but it's because it's being funded through this bond anticipation note. So that would help the cash flow piece of it. So although it's not shown because we focus on revenues and expenditures in here, it's going to be shown on the balance sheet as a liability.
Yeah. Okay.
So that concludes my presentation for today. Any additional questions that you have for me?
So there's our attachments in the agenda.
Yes.
You had this is a summary of the big document that's like hundreds of pages and the mirror. Then there's a management letter that says basically everything's okay.
Yes.
And then it says, but, and there are a couple of pages worth of small things that you found.
Yes.
And we were supposed to issue a corrective action plan on that, right? So are you going to discuss that now?
It's on the agenda, further down for vote tonight, yes. So the board was made aware when the agenda was published that the business office did develop a corrective action plan based on the findings and recommendations of the auditors. So if it is a voting item, if there are questions regarding the cap,
I think we
that
should
would
talk
be,
about it now. I think we should talk about it now because we're talking about this.
So everybody has a copy at your seat. Can you hand me that one, because I actually don't have a copy. You need a copy?
The letter is on.
That's the corrective action plan, yeah. Oh, do you need one? Do we have another one? Is that an extra there? Okay.
one of these has to be part down here. So keep this packet. This-
Do you guys want to- Is that a packet next to
They're
you?
sharing out.
Yeah, I took that one from there, and we took the one next to it. So everybody has one now?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Do you want me to speak to this since I?
Sure, yes, but for the
Create.
corrective actions.
Okay. So the corrective action plan that you're all holding acknowledges the recommendations that the auditor has made. The first one is about capital assets. And basically, the school district has strengthened its capital asset process by working with a company to maintain a comprehensive asset database. This is for our inventory control. The company is called CBIZ. The historical assets have been successfully captured. However, the current year's activity needed to be adjusted based on the current year's capital outlay. The recommendation was that the school district should review the capital-related expenditures to determine if they should be added to the capital asset schedules. So our corrective action plan is, I reviewed with the business office our current process for inventory control. And one change that we made is originally they were having the person who was requesting the item to be purchased, that was the person who was tagging it. So we're going to change that to include the head custodian at each building location. So basically, the way the process starts is the facility secretary creates a memo. She currently houses all of the tags, and she'll send the memo with the tag to the head custodian at the location. The head custodian will then tag the item and send the, sign off on the memo that it's been done. They send the memo to the district treasurer, and the district treasurer is the one who is maintaining the asset inventory spreadsheet through CBIZ. And that is where we are tracking all of our inventory. We are starting with clean data because CBIZ is a new company that's come to the district. I believe they were on site April 24th, and they went around and they took a thorough inventory of everything with the tags. And so they've actually provided a starting point for the district, and now we just have to maintain it.
Ms. Merrill, before, I don't want to go through each one. just
Sure.
Because there's a lot of pages.
Yes.
So for the essence of time, do any trustees have questions on any of them? I don't know if everyone read all of the,
Well, we just got handed it. So my question on this one is how big does an asset have to be in order to qualify as capital?
Well, capital, we have two different types of assets. So we do have assets that we do keep inventory on that are not capital. So we are tagging any item that is over $500.
Okay.
And capital, I believe our threshold is
At 10,000.
10,000.
yeah,
Thank you.
So, you know, and I don't want to just make an executive decision. Do trustees want to read through each one? I'm not on the audit committee, so, you know, I may want to hear each one, but what do people feel? Don't all speak at once.
I feel that I have been given the changes, right, as recommended by the CPA in my packet. So I've read everything but the blue text. So I'm just looking at the blue text.
Okay,
So just give me a minute.
no rush. And maybe we can go through, let's
Yeah.
go through. I'm sorry.
Do you have any special?
I was gonna ask too, if the auditor had a chance to review our corrective action plan and what your opinion is, you know, too.
Sure, absolutely.
Melissa did attend the audit committee and do a presentation for us, and we actually reviewed the corrective action plan at the audit committee. So the audit committee did approve it, along with Melissa was part of it, but if you want to speak to anything.
Yeah, sure. I feel like a lot of these responses would satisfy the comments. I think that some of these have, not a lot of them, but like the deficit capital projects, that will be resolved in time, because that takes some time. You have to include it in the budget process. So because 25, 26 has already been budgeted, that it's probably gonna stay for next year, but it should be included in your 26, 27 budget. So that will be resolved at that point. But if all of the blue texts are implemented, and we do test to make sure that these are resolved each year, so I think that that's important to know. If the blue text is implemented entirely, then we shouldn't have any issues going forward, again, except for the timing of the budget process. So I feel comfortable. I know we spoke at length about not only the comments with the audit committee, but how it came about, what the resolution was. We went through the verbiage of the cap as well, so I felt very comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Could you go over what we're gonna do with the student activity funds? How we're gonna manage those?
Oh, okay.
Sure.
That's closer to the end. I have a question a little before that.
Okay.
So, overexpended capital projects. Guess I'm a little confused, not on the audit committee, nor the finance committee. So, forgive me if my question is elementary, but I'm looking at our audit report, that was very nicely done. It said that we underspent, for the most part, on things, but then we have some overexpended capital projects. Can you tell us something about that?
Sure, so some of these overextended projects are older projects, the mansion, roof emergency. I believe that was related to architect fees, if I remember correctly. You have your district-wide building condition survey, I think that was older. And then the playground general construction, I think that was a couple of years ago, so more recent, but still a little bit older. And then the 22-23 gym. So all of these four have been carried over from year to year. Bless you. And generally speaking, I know definitely about the 8,000. The other two are smaller, so I'm not sure what result with that. But the district-wide gym, most likely those were overruns, but I know we also had a comment related to architect fees, so just making sure that the budget,
That's the next question.
the budget includes the projects from start to finish, so every aspect of the project should be budgeted for, planned for, and included in that project budget.
Do we have to pay when our architect comes, so like the facilities meeting every month? We came to the board meeting, no,
I
that was a
think
project
that
meeting.
we definitely pay when we ask, should we do this project? How much will it cost? And they go to do a bunch of research, that we get billed for that. So then, if we decide not to go forward with the project, then you have, what, you start a project financially because you've expended money to see if it's viable?
Yeah, it depends on if you have created a capital project. If you're starting the groundwork of like trying to see if you want to move forward with it, you may not have initially created that capital project in the capital project fund, so those costs may be assigned to the general fund just as an operating cost. But if you created the capital project, that you know you're something you're gonna wanna go through, and there's still architect fees associated with that, you'd wanna make sure those are included in the capital project fund in the
So-
budget.
So, but do we pay when we have them come to meetings? If they come to like a 2-3 hour meeting, are we paying them their, I don't know if you know that. Do you know?
I think we do.
I think we do.
I mean, I'd have to confirm
I don't
that.
wanna give you work to do, I'm just wondering like
But
how
I'm
much.
gonna assume that we do.
Yeah,
So
okay.
the other thing that I just wanna mention about architect fees is that when you're budgeting for your project, typically you budget 6 to 6.5% for architect fees. Again, it's a projection, so it's difficult to budget an exact amount, so there could always be a variance. When I looked over a lot of the projects, I think that some of the overage possibly could be from other things other than architect fees. So I'll just use one for example. I believe the fire hydrant project, there was a lot of unexpected, unanticipated work that came after the budget was set on that project. I believe it had to do with rock and different
Yes,
things,
by
like
a
they
factor
hit
of
rock
3,
and.
it was huge.
Right.
Yeah.
So those types of things, you know, you try to build a contingency in your budget, but sometimes there are unexpected expenses that just come about that you can't control.
And this project length schedule, this is all before your extracurricular.
Excited about it.
Yeah. This is concerning. I know there's some controls that were put in recently. But tell us about this. I actually feel like we're getting things done faster recently in the last few years than we did like 10 years ago, but I don't know, maybe it's just my mind that that's happening. Can you tell us some things about that as well?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So, the capital project link schedule is also included in the financial statement, so it's by project.
Okay.
Most of the time, the project link schedule that we see, at least the one that we get, would have a lot more information on it. Whether it's an SED code, it's a project code, it should reconcile directly to general ledger account codes. It should be very easy to tie out. When we were going through it and kind of the information we were given this year was just the general ledger, so not necessarily a project link schedule per se. So we worked with the business office on trying to gather that information, and it was just very challenging because those codes were not set up to have specific project numbers on them, so it was very challenging. So in previous years, the information we got was already separated out for us, so it wasn't something that we had identified at that point. Knowing that we needed to go through this process of let's sit down with the facilities director and let's go through these projects. What code does this project go to? What vendors do these projects go to? So we really kind of isolated it out.
So what was done differently this year was that? You said previously it was already.
So this year we were receiving a project link schedule, so it wasn't prepared in advance for us. We did access one of our request lists, so
Yeah.
we did not receive that information. So generally, if we don't receive that, we try to assist the school district and then provide a template. Say, here's a template that you can
To
utilize
do it
going
this way,
forward.
yeah.
So, one recommendation too, I think in the project link schedule is to, right now, I think your projects are broken out, like district-wide projects, phase 1, phase 2, but there's certain sub-projects within there, like your track and, I forget the other, whether the track is one thing I remember. So you'd want to
It's a very
have.
sensitive topic. Very sensitive.
So you'd want to have those sub-projects listed out, because you want to see how each sub-project is performing. So we had talked as part of the audit committee that you could expand your project link schedule to then show not only the budget overall by overall project that was approved by each sub-one. So that way there's more transparent for the community, for the board, and I think that that would provide a lot more insight. And then we talked with the business office, and Shonda has experience at other districts about setting up the code. So she understood how the codes should be set up, and I believe as the codes are being created, it's gonna tie out. And then we also provided the business office with a really good template that reconciles to the SED numbers, so they could kind of utilize that going forward.
A quick question. So last year we had capital projects going on, but you didn't recommend or suggest a template last year. What's the difference between
She's
last year
saying
and this year?
they got it last year.
Yeah, we were able to
You did
receive,
get it last year?
we were able to receive it. It's not generally in this format. It was
Right.
more of like a vertical
Okay.
format. So it was just the way that, the previous, staff would have prepared it. And this year when we inquired about it, it wasn't something that was provided. So in lieu of that, we still have to prepare the schedule. So we wanted to get the information.
Okay,
Okay.
we got to, I'm sorry, did you have more question?
It's okay.
And so, extra crack, you
I'm
have,
reminding you that
yeah.
Jason.
Oh, I didn't forget, I can't
No, no,
forget
no.
about trustee
So
Warner.
we'll get,
Your extra classroom activity fund question, please.
yes. I just asked, okay, so I think if we continue to have problems with our extra classroom activity funds, and so there's a new solution, right? So, you're gonna put the experts in charge, pretty much? Well, tell me about it.
I can tell you about it.
Okay.
Okay, so the one thing that I noticed is that you had a very similar finding the year before as well for extra
Mhm.
classroom. And, you know, the bottom line is that the ending bank statement should reconcile to the book balance, which is like your GL book balance. And in the prior year and the 24-25 year, there was a difference in those two. So when I started looking into how, like, our process here and who does what, the one thing that I found is that possibly why those two things were off and they weren't reconciling is because we had multiple people doing different duties. And when they weren't talking to each other, obviously, so I looked at streamlining the process. And what we had discussed is to have an extra classroom activity central treasurer, a little bit different than the central treasurer that we currently have now, who actually does very minimal stuff. But this person would be responsible for both reconciling the bank accounts and maintaining the book balance. And then they're provided oversight by the district treasurer so that there is some controls in place. Currently, our district treasurer is the check signer on the extra classroom activity funds. They don't actually use electronic checks, they use manual checks. So we do have a separation of duties, so we are still compliant, but we're just cleaning it up a little bit. There was one individual who was doing two duties. I think one was referred to as the extra classroom faculty auditor that they were being paid a stipend for, and the other one was the liaison position. So what we've done is we've kind of taken away the faculty auditor extra classroom and are incorporating those duties into the central treasurer duties. So there'll be two positions. It will be teacher liaison for the, am I saying that correctly? And the extra classroom activity fund treasurer. So we're hoping that, and we're also going to be providing them with support and training as well.
So this also encompasses the clubs, the classes, class money, so the children are also supposed to be doing a large part of that.
Yes.
Is it where the students are informed by the advisor how to do this? And the advisor is informed by you guys? how to
Right,
do
so the way it should work is the faculty advisor should be mentoring the students. So you will have a student treasurer. So the student treasurer, say they were having a fundraising activity, would go around and collect all of the funds. The student treasurer would then bring those funds to the central treasurer. So you have two people counting the deposits to make sure that the deposits match. The central treasurer should be the one making the deposits. I think previously they were bringing the money to the district treasurer. Am I correct? So it's actually the central treasurer that should be making the deposits once she counts it in front of the student treasurer. And the central treasurer, though, is the one that is maintaining the bank accounts. They are, they're kind of like the pass-through person for the check request. So there's a form they fill out. The student would give the form to the treasurer then logs it into the book balance. They give it to the district treasurer, and the district treasurer fills out the check.
I just have one final question.
Go ahead.
Since this has been an issue for many years, it's always on here, and I know many districts have an issue with this, have you guys considered doing a training with the students instead of training the adults and then having
We're gonna be
internal?
doing,
It
a
doesn't always
train,
happen.
yeah, so we're gonna start with doing a training with the faculty advisors and the central treasurer and the teacher liaison. I think we're gonna be scheduling that soon. And then from there, we would have the faculty advisors let us know if they wanted to provide the training to the students, or if they would like us to.
And what we found has,
Go.
what we found has worked is when you give training, initial training, like for example with the adults, if there's a slide template for them to use, they take that and they turnkey that slide. So there's a memorialization of what the process is. So you train them with that slide, that advisor now trains the student. And because there is a process that probably wasn't fully functional, we now know that the student treasurer will be coming to the central treasurer, so that also is a checks and balance of the process.
Yeah, the central treasurer, I guess, is a new piece of it, but I recall sitting in the Freelo Center, I don't know if y'all remember this meeting, talking to Ms. Ott about it with our previous assistant superintendent for business, who said, like, I train them, I tell them, but it doesn't always happen. So that's why I'm
Yeah,
saying.
this is much more formalized. In the posting itself, it communicates that there is a mandatory training. So everyone knows, everyone's aware, and we're also differentiating between those that do fundraise versus those that don't, so people are clear as well.
Okay, so next year, if we come up again, can ask again, everything will go straight to the students. I don't know if the students, none of my kids are the treasurers, but I don't know if the students fully have gotten the same, information. And it could just be because the advisor is not a financial person, right, to explain it the same way. I don't know. But, okay. Do you want to ask more?
No, well, the only other thing, and I'll probably asked y'all this before, going back to general fund and the capital project. So within the general fund, we also account for capital projects. There's like no separate capital projects, like activity, you know what I'm trying to say? Like
Like a
all that
fund.
stuff is just buried in the general fund. So any transaction related to maybe VBS and those guys, that all comes out the general fund. That's where we would see those type of transactions. the ins
No,
and
it should
the
come
outs,
out of
or-
the capital fund,
Oh, so
right?
you do have
Which is
that.
Once
eight-
it's an established project.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to figure out how everything got commingled like that. If things were going in general fund, if it's dedicated to a capital project, why wouldn't it be like on the capital project side of whatever we got going on? If
Yes.
all that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is a capital projects fund. So as capital projects are established, approved, and funded, then the money would then go into the capital projects fund from the
Right.
general fund. For example, we saw the transfer out for the capital reserve
Right.
into the capital projects fund, and then all of the capital project-related costs would flow through the capital projects fund.
Okay.
In relation to the coding in the general ledger, that would all be within the H fund, so all the capital project fund. Generally, the end of the account string should have either the SED code or like a project identifier. So you might, so you might have like multiple construction manager codes, but each one is specific to the project that you have approved.
Okay.
Right now, I think there's only maybe a couple of them, and there might have multiple projects within them. So
Okay.
it makes it a little bit challenging to go through it and identify, whereas having something really clear cut and then being able to reconcile. So we also talked about putting those project codes or the SED codes on the project link schedule, so it's clearly identifiable as well.
I see. Okay, again, I was just trying to figure out how things got, again, commingled with the general fund. How it was challenging for you to see it from that aspect, but, okay. I'm done.
Any more questions, trustees? Trustee Sampalayo, Jacobson? Guys quiet. I just, because we're not on the audit committee, so trustee Mandalong and Valen, met for hours with these guys. So I want to give everyone else a chance to ask any questions you have before we vote this evening. Okay? Thank you, Ms. Saab.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, nice seeing you.
You likewise.
See, I like seeing you. I don't know about the business office, then you come with a bunch of questions.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great rest of the meeting.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Okay. So trustees, we're gonna pivot back to our policy review, and I'm gonna turn the meeting over to my Vice President Valen for this portion of the meeting.
Okay, so we have a number of policies that have been reviewed by our admin team and legal advisors. Sorry, I've got multiple notes here. I'm gonna skip down to the new ones first. Let's look at 5685. Maximum temperature for school buildings and indoor facilities. Again, this is a new policy in response to legal change in New York State. Now is the time for the board to comment, question anything on these policies. They will be presented to the public at the work session later this month and be left open for a month for comment, and then be put up for approval at the November regular meeting. So,
I do have a comment. I believe I sent many emails about this.
Sure, yes, you did.
I believe you all got that.
So trustee Mallon, you said that this is coming from New York State?
The law changed this year, yes, in New
It
York State.
did, it did.
Trustee.
When was it before? Just curious.
I don't think there was any maximum.
wasn't?
There was no maximum,
With
just
the
suffer.
excessive-
You could just
Right, with the excessive heat, especially in the spring, they had to.
Sorry, not to
That's
shut
okay.
There was a minimum. There was a minimum.
There was a minimum.
Oh,
that-
wow, okay, so this
When it
is
got
kind
home,
of-
it was
my email?
When it
shut up
got
and
to a
suffer.
certain temperature.
That's what I'm saying. But it's nice to see that they implemented that. And
Sorry.
I guess it's because in response to climate change, right? These crazy temperatures that we're beginning and then.
Okay. Trustee Jacobson?
I guess this would be more of a procedure versus a policy, but since we have so many schools of varying structures, ages, all of that stuff, do we need anything in here to reflect if like one school, like for instance, if Woodlands exceeded the heat and we have the idea of bringing students to other buildings or other parts of the building, like how would that work, or is that more procedural?
I can say that that's procedural, but the policy is broad enough where that option is open to administration
Okay.
to move students, whether within a building, because it can have hotspots within a building, or
That's
to
true.
other buildings.
Right, right. And so, and that was actually, I know even before I started, because some districts will close down because they don't have air conditioning or those types of facilities to cool the space. That was not something, fortunately, that Greenberg had to do, to go to half days. So I think, right, knock on wood. But that was one of my questions, before starting. So, I think those are things that we will work out building by building based on the case scenario.
And then the follow-up is, how are we communicating that to families if their students are, if this building needs to go half-day, or the students are moving, how are we communicating that out to families?
We haven't even had that conversation at this point because we haven't had to do that, but that's something to think about and consider for procedures.
If I can just interject, but we do have emergency communications processes in place. Hopefully, there will be a test of those happening within the next month. Reminder.
And a good motivation to download the app, perhaps.
Yeah.
But
But when situations happen, like even, for example, there was a lockdown drill today, right? Working with the principal, made sure that that went to communicate to parents, especially before it gets home from students, and,
Right.
we don't want anything miss.
I'm just thinking like if something was needing to occur from a different building, that would change the kids at home, and that, like, it would have a ripple effect if we.
That would be a
moved kids to
different type of
buildings, so
thing.
just.
As opposed to moving students from one end of the building to another.
And something like weather is something you can see out too, so if it's getting to a certain level, you have to start having those conversations, right? Thankfully, we don't have like Well, we have. Thankfully, we don't have like, you know, those random like tornadoes and flash flood, even though, you know, we have.
We have.
Okay, not common, not common,
Can
okay.
I just ask a very
Yes.
maybe basic question? What's being used to measure the room temperature?
We have thermostats now that
And
measure
each room?
individually each
Okay.
room. Right, that's part of our energy performance contract.
That's right.
Yeah, okay,
So where are they in here? Did they install them yet?
yeah,
I'm
because
just
I-
curious.
Yeah.
when I sent my emails, I was told that there were
Isn't
certain
it?
temperatures and they pointed a gun at the wall, which was obviously,
So if I can return to the policy does determine how to measure the temperature, which basically
Sorry.
says X feet away from place, X in the center of the room, blah, blah, blah. Perhaps that's an operational question that we could ask at a facilities committee meeting on how they plan to do that forward or when they're gonna put the plan in place. That's just a recommendation.
There's no thermostat in the middle of the room.
That's
Well,
what
they
I'm
can
saying.
centrally look at what the temperatures are based on their electronic monitoring of the individual thermostats.
But when
So
we know that
they
we're
could
getting
look-
excessive heat time, that time of year, we're watching for that
Right.
too with the news.
Mhm.
And then we're setting, maintenance notes to pay attention to those two things too, especially at that time.
but planning is important.
Yes, yes, yes.
You are a planner.
I try to be.
So, trustee Garland, what's next?
No, it's, sorry,
You're not done with this one.
no.
Okay.
This says, just to further the things, this says under item B in the first paragraph, room temperature means the temperature measured at a shaded location 3 feet above the floor near the center of the room. So that's the section of the policy I'm referencing. If the sensors within the room are set to measure at that point, wonderful, great, good. Otherwise, maybe it's a question as to whether they're gonna look into getting,
You go out
A sensor,
and
a portable sensor.
modify and say, oh, it looks bad on the screen, go check the room.
I just know that there are rooms that have pockets of heat
There's
and
certain
pockets of
rooms
cold
that are
in the
right
same
hotter
exact time,
areas
so
than
we're never, I
others.
don't think it's ever gonna be perfect, but as far as, I think I hear no comments really on changing the policy itself.
No.
No.
Let's
We're all
keep
talking
going.
about operations, so I will move this forward after I say one other thing. I do need to point out that I believe my interpretation of the policy is it refers to activities within school buildings and other indoor school facilities. This does not necessarily apply to things like outdoor graduations. So I just need
Or
to state that
athletics.
out loud, or athletics, okay?
Because it gets hot.
But there's no
Right.
mandate in
very
the
hot.
state to include that, correct?
Not according to the law, I believe, or the policy developed based on the law. So I just want to clarify that in case anyone had questions.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit, to 7470, which is the new policy on student government. It's basically just acknowledging that student government organizations will exist within the district and that they will serve as liaison between the student body and school administration. Any questions, comments on this policy?
Yeah, why do we need this?
I don't know, I was wondering why. I mean, I see it does reference ed law, so I don't know if that's why.
But can this be embedded in another policy? I mean, are we just making policies to make additional policies?
I say that was my initial reaction as well, but
So who broke it out?
Erie Wombosis, which is our service provider.
Do you think maybe that happened with the, almost like the requiring of ex officio members as part of?
That's embedded under a different policy.
Okay, so that's not why this was separate.
But there is no real policy, because I did look at this earlier, because I had the same question, President Maris. I tried to see if it would be included under the policies under like civic engagement or basically social studies. I can't find it right now, and I didn't see it really included specifically. It does reference an education law. I don't know if that's why they created the policy for it. It's an
Extracurricular
optional policy.
seal of civic
It's
readiness
not a
and trying to
required
think.
policy, so we could decide just not to add it, I suppose.
So it says the district will establish guidelines and procedures for the operation of the student government. So does that mean,
Is that something we want to do?
Don't we already have one?
probably,
There's gotta be some way.
it's, or it might be implicit, maybe everybody just does it the same way because they've always done it and there's no written policy.
That's true, that's fine.
So what we're looking at here is the NICET Gov standards as it relates to this section. And what it says is it requires every school district serving high school students in grades 9 through 12 with no district-wide or school building peer selected student group to establish at least one. We do have
We have
that already. So I don't know if it's something that we need to have, even because we already have student established civic groups. You know,
Or could we add it to another policy? Because there's some policies that have multiple.
I did try to look for somewhere it could be, I couldn't find any, I'm not saying there isn't one, we could add it to. On a quick look, I couldn't find where it would be logically added. I'm not saying
I
it's
just
not
hate to
there.
create additional stuff just for.
Is it the idea
Fine.
that maybe there are districts that don't want to, and so this is a way to start
Force
pushing?
them.
Because like, let's say 13 years from now, they're like, we don't want student government anymore. It's a way to be like, no, we have to, and we say we're going to kind of reinforce that idea. But we're, like, in a lot of these policies, we've been ahead of what BOCES says or what the state says. We've already been doing a lot of these things, and maybe this is just another example that we're already doing it, but other districts needed push.
and instructionally, a portion of this is already embedded in our social studies framework too, when you think about the seal of civic readiness and those components for New York State too.
Okay.
Did
Let's keep going.
someone read Education Law 817?
I did not,
That's what I just read.
surprisingly.
What, do you have it?
The first part of the requirement.
Yes, I do. When you think I'm randomly on my phone, I'm never, always for you all. It just says that the law was added in 2023 to require schools to establish peer-selected student governments for high school students starting in the 24-25 school year. So that's probably why they put this in.
Yeah, so
As
like
like a
you said,
reminder.
some
Some people
people-
didn't want to do it.
Right.
But we did.
We have it, but we don't have a policy that says we have to have it. So
Right.
next year, we could decide we don't want it, we don't have a policy.
But we could, I mean, our policies are not all of them are not required. So we could do a policy today and then in 3 months say, discuss it, take a vote, and then undo the policy. So I don't know.
But I'll state that even if we didn't have a policy, we would still have to follow ed law. So
Right.
sometimes policies are a
Right.
nice reminder of what ed law
Yeah, but
requires.
we have to have it anyway.
So
All right.
even though I don't
Just
like
extra
adding policies
paperwork.
just to add them
Yeah.
because it's cumbersome, I like it just for the reminder for people who don't like reading ed law.
The gun pop.
It's a book.
Committee already knows how I feel about it. I think, why do we have so many of these things? People are not gonna read until there's a problem. Why not simplify them and make them, digestible? That's all. So to me, creating another layer when you can embed it in something else, makes sense, but, all right, we'll keep going.
Okay, I'm gonna go to 7530, child abuse and maltreatment. This is an existing policy, there's just one line that's been added on page 3 of 7. Any comments, questions, trustee May?
Oh, yeah, there is. But maybe
On
I'll let
7530.
you, yeah, maybe I'll let you highlight what was added, and then I'll ask.
On page, well,
Use a
on
corporate punishment.
page 3 of 7, what was added to the definition of child abuse was using corporal punishment as defined by the Commissioner of Education.
So if you are conducting online instruction and you see in the background of the child sitting there in the foreground and there's another child in the background who reaches for a hot stove and an adult comes and slaps them in the hand, then you have to report it?
No.
No, it says defined by the Commissioner of Education. Yes, trustee Jacobson.
So I
You
will.
don't have to report it.
Correct, that is on child abuse.
It depends on what's defined by the Commissioner of Education. So do we need to have that definition here?
Well, this is
But this-
Okay.
this is also in the school setting. So this is child
So
abuse in
is the school setting the
Remote.
physical school setting, or is it any place that you have a school activity?
Yeah, it means by an employee. So an employee uses corporal punishment, not
Got it,
the
thank you.
parent.
Not a
And I
parent.
think there's a little delineation between child abuse versus corporal punishment too, right? So,
So I have not read through this whole policy, but in my clinical life, there have been significant updates to what is considered child abuse, what is a reportable incident as a mandated reporter, and a lot of those policies and stipulations have been altered, and they've just been altered again.
Yeah.
From April. There was a
From last
mandatory-
year.
Yeah, there was a mandatory training that everyone had to take by April, and now there's another one you have to take by November. So I haven't taken that one yet, but are we reflecting on not just ed law, but also what is required of mandated reporters?
No, they're gonna be delayed. Because
This is for 2023, this update, so it is
Right.
not
It's gonna
reflecting
be
the last
delayed.
two
Correct,
trainings.
and most of
And it
what,
does, if you look at the very end, it does reflect more than ed law. It says Family Court Act, labor law, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
so
It's gonna
the
be
big changes,
Well, the most recent one is for intellectual and developmental.
yeah, so it
disabilities,
was broadening the idea to consider any disabilities, cultural implications, and things that you don't have to report, like it changed a lot of the rules of what is considered the responsibility of the
Yeah, it's
mandated
gonna be
reporter.
delayed.
And so obviously I hope they don't keep revising it like every 6 months, but in that sense, if we're going to be revising it, I think we should at least get it up to speed to what it is now.
But we haven't received our
Yeah.
legal
We
guidance,
won't- it's gonna
either
be
from
delayed.
Erie One BOCES or
Yeah.
our legal services. So I'm not saying no, I'm saying I would like, I see that.
Oh, sorry.
So is there harm, we've updated multiple policies multiple times. Is there harm in moving forward with this while we investigate, trying to pull those changes sooner? Rather than just waiting for Erie One, maybe reaching out to Erie One BOCES to see if they have additional changes pending? Or reaching out to
even
our legal
Have
advisors?
referencing, adding a reference note to whatever the current policy
Oh,
is.
CFS,
Yeah, so that it is, at least like, there's another reference point to what is the most updated.
I just think it's gonna be delayed. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
it
sorry.
is,
I hear
it is,
you,
but
but
it takes a lot, the new
Fine.
version takes more burden off of the mandated reporter.
Mhm.
And I think especially when you have every employee being a mandated reporter, giving better guidance is helpful.
Can
Why don't
I,
we
can I,
ask
can
our-
I, can I argue that I agree with you, but I think the policy's just gonna be delayed, it just what it is, but maybe operationally, if you guys can try to have the more updated information as you do you guys do the staff training on child abuse and mandated work, because at least if that's updated, they can follow that, but the policy's just gonna take, I mean, if it's 2023, and we're just now getting to
Meanwhile,
it.
let's ask our lawyers to look into it, because it also might be that even though certain things have changed with OCFS, maybe in ed law, they're remaining stricter, we don't know, right? Because it's a little, here, we're supposed to be covering, following all of those things. So I don't wanna just take a blanket thing, but let's just let's find the reference. If you could put that on the to-do list, and trustee Long.
I have a higher level question. We said that this applies to in the school setting, however, the second line in the policy says child abuse in domestic settings.
What page?
The first, page 1,
One of,
second line. And page 2, all the way at the bottom, it starts the child abuse in educational setting, and it goes into definitions. So is this a policy about domestic, or is it about school?
I think it's
Oh,
both, but
yeah.
it delineates,
Child abuse is a-
right.
The
I was
section
just
E, we were-
referencing the section
that law.
that you were
section.
on.
Okay.
Because
all
that
right.
specified acts committed in an educational setting by an employee or volunteer.
So we have to.
So that's where Ms.
that-
Melnick was referencing in the educational setting, not the
Dr.
policy
Chisholm.
as a whole.
I'd like to make a recommendation too, now that I'm looking at this, because while we're under the definition section, corporal punishment, maybe providing the definition for that in this
That's right, yeah.
section. And then, when I'm looking on the student support services for NICEAD, that section is 8 of the New York, Commissioners Reg 19.5.
Right, where is that? The last part here. Oh,
Yep, which we need to reference, at the end of this.
You said, and I said,
Yeah, it's regulations 8, New York CRR 19.5. And that's also where you find the definition of corporal punishment.
Okay, so,
May I ask one more, please?
yes.
If we include the actual definition in the policy,
and it changes.
I was gonna say they changed the definition.
Right.
We have to somehow stay on top of changing our policy every single time. The advantage to referencing it as this way, our policy doesn't have to be adjust for a moving target.
So could we split the difference and instead of writing out the definition in the policy, reference the section of
Where he has the commissioner's
Fine,
yeah.
So-
Commissioner's regulation.
Just so that people, because then you'll have the
That's the
questions like,
question
what is
that they would
somebody's
have,
last name?
yeah.
So we just want to make
So
sure.
8 NYCRR part
19.5.
19.5.
Okay.
Hold on real quick.
Listen,
Well,
We
Just
also
remind
need
you
to
know,
the
like
one
some
chance the board
policies on
discusses
here.
policies.
Real
Mr.
quick,
Dan.
so I read this, and we talk about mandated reporters, that should be everyone, but I feel like in here, it just referenced school people that have certificates and licenses and blah, blah, blah. Someone like a new name doesn't have a certificate or license, so
Right.
how do we ensure they're following policy if it's not defined here?
So typically, and in the training that is done, we talk about that someone such as a new name has an obligation to report to their immediate supervisor. So typically, it's the principal that will make the phone call. Really, the principal makes the phone call almost in all situations, or it might be escalated higher up, but it's not typically the provider, the teacher, typically.
Or sometimes, I'll be
Together,
honest,
or it'll be
it could be
together.
together, but sometimes it's the social worker, the school counselor,
usually
will do
it's
it in
the
collaboration
EPS
with the
people.
administrator.
Right. It's usually a collaborative effort. But the new name should know that if they see something, that they do report it immediately to their immediate supervisor.
But I also want to clarify too, the expectation is any adult working in a school building with any student or child is expected to still, hands off, like all of those things, that's still the expectation.
So does that need to be defined in here, or we're okay with leaving that out? Because I don't see anything like that in here that says that, so I'm just wondering.
And I think that was your question.
Yeah.
Employees.
It could be added.
I don't know where, but I'm just.
Well, there's a section about the bus drivers and other employees, so it can be added
Because it
there.
should be them.
Yeah, but the bus driver only because they're contracted with the district, so there's something in here about contractors. So it doesn't, like I said, specifically define each role.
I'm agreeing, I'm
So it could be
saying it
kinda
can be put around that area.
It could be.
Or it could be an introduction section about what the district stance, the board and the district stance is around child abuse and maltreatment, and then you go into the section on child abuse in domestic settings and stuff like that. So the district maintains the expectation that,
I'm done, go ahead. President Mayor.
we're at the second or
I like
third
policy,
one,
so
so
y'all
I'm
got
just
three.
saying,
Right,
I know, it's not the policy committee
This
right
is
now.
most of the
so
pages though, this
Well,
one.
we
I'm
gotta
with you,
talk
Chris.
about it.
We should
We
talk
go
about
back to review.
we should talk about it, but it's already 7:45, and we haven't gotten to the board discussion on this, but nor have we gotten to executive session yet.
Well, this was even worse, so you might as well say we're gonna be here to
That's right.
midnight, because what is that, 30
We are
something?
not.
I'm gonna move on to the next
Keep
one.
going.
We're not being here to midnight.
Okay, so I'm gonna look at,
Because we have to prioritize. People don't want to be here late, but then.
keep listening and waiting.
Go ahead.
I want to look at 7160 remote instruction in conjunction with 7224 virtual instruction. The new policy is 7224 virtual instruction. Ms. Pineda, we need to add a cross-reference to 7160, please, at a minimum. At the bottom, on 7160, I want to add a cross-reference to 7224. And I'm including in here, not just to add the cross-references, there are no changes to 7160 remote instruction except for the cross-reference I'm asking to add, but I did want to include them both here so that the board could see that the definitions are slightly different, and that's why there are two policies, even though at first blush it looks like the same thing repeated. Are there any comments, questions, suggestions from trustees besides the cross-references?
No, and trustees, you will have these for 30 days. So it's not like you can't ask more questions in another meeting as well, after you read it. Preferably not on a Tuesday, sending all of the questions. Okay.
Okay? The last three,
You weren't the
last-
only one.
I'll keep waiting.
Good.
The last three we're gonna look at are 7310, student conduct and discipline. And you'll see two 3410s listed in your packet. The short version on page 2 is from 2012, that's our current version. And the new version, the proposed version, is the first page dated 2025. My proposal is that we get rid of 7310 and our old 3410 and we replace it with 3410, the code of conduct. Code of conduct, this is not the code of conduct, it's the policy on how we create and inform people about the code of conduct. The information on our current public code of conduct 3410 is basically a preamble and stating beliefs. The current 7310 goes a little bit more into student discipline, but all of that would be spelled out in the code of conduct
I would
itself. So any comments, questions, suggestions?
I would like some sort of sentence on the top, I don't know if the lawyer should write it or the superintendent or a conjunction, that says the behavior is expected for students, for faculty, and for parents, visitors, whatever. Because that doesn't always come across.
So the second sentence in the paragraph, in
Uh-huh.
the first paragraph says, "The code will govern the conduct of students, teachers, and other school personnel, as well as visitors and vendors."
But maybe can we take that out, the code
Oh, I see
here?
it right there, okay.
Is there a way to highlight that? For some reason, people don't seem to think codes of conduct apply to adults, or they don't think it applies to employees.
Well, we have to then go to the code of conduct that we have and do things to it to say what factors, what we expect from different people, different
Okay.
actors, in the code of conduct.
Is there another thing?
Any other trustee Okay. What about, does anyone have a just disagree with my proposal to get rid of the other two and replace it with this? Incorporate any of that as a preamble? Okay.
Fine.
All right, great. Turn the meeting back over to you, Mr. Ayers.
Okay, next we have reports. Ex officio student report is not here. Board president report, I am gonna table because you just heard from me last week. Superintendent of schools report?
Just a couple of quick things, because you just heard from me last week too. Greenberg, I just want to share that we participate in the New York State Department of Labor Job Fair today at the Westchester County Center. Most of the potential candidates, while it wasn't instructionally focused, were provided information about substitute teaching positions as well as other civil service potential positions in the district. But I just want to share, as we onboard our human resource executive director, that we're going to really be amplifying our recruitment efforts for our various teacher recruitment fairs in the spring. That's when they're mostly held. Just a reminder that we are seeking public comment for the code of conduct as well as the district-wide safety plan. Just want to put that out there for our community. Today is Greenberg Central School District School Safety Personnel Day, so I want to thank all of our safety personnel across the district that work hard every day and greet students in the morning at getting off the buses and into buildings, all of those things. So thank you to our school safety teams. I also want to acknowledge and recognize National Principals Month. So I want to publicly acknowledge our principals, Principal Washington, Principal Simone, Principal Mastrangelo, Principal Rossi, and Principal Smith. So thank you to our building leadership who work hard every day and have really gotten our buildings off to a great start.
Sure.
Okay. So I also want to share that next week, Tuesday at 5 p.m., October 14th, we will be doing our ribbon cutting for the new tennis courts. We are really excited about that. So we want to invite the public, the community, the school community, everyone to come on out and see our new tennis facilities. And so we welcome everyone Tuesday, October 14th at 5 p.m.
So this is a really big deal. Is there gonna be seating and a ribbon cutting? Is it gonna be just everyone kind of meet and stand around? I don't know if you know all those details. There's also some sort of game.
Yes, there'll be a match.
So if we could get a lot of information, I don't know who's able to come or not, to it. I'll have to try to.
We do have information to put out. We were just waiting to make sure we were good, and so that'll be forthcoming tonight. I'll just pull the strings on that one.
And definitely, trustee Warner would probably want to blast the facilities committee, because
Yeah.
that's where this tennis court idea situation was actually brought up and pushed. The tennis courts have been a mess for many, many years here, unfortunately, and neglected and ignored, and other projects more important. And so it did come up in the facilities committee, and that was pushed from that level. So I do think, while I guess some people are informed already, I do think the committee, I don't know if you want to draft an email to your group and let them know.
Yeah, I'll-
Okay. Was that it, Dr. Chisholm?
That is it. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, comments? No, we'll keep going.
You
Yes.
don't even give anyone a chance
Oh,
to take these.
for,
Go ahead.
for,
Start
for
presenting.
Dr. Chisholm, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. Trustee Mans, go ahead.
Thank you. My mom asked where homecoming was going to be this year. Have we nailed a location?
Oh, I wanted to tell you guys. We have some ideas. I want to run it by the board before I do a
Yeah.
public announcement. But we do have a great idea and a great opportunity
Okay.
that I hope the board will support.
Okay, I'll let her know. Thank you.
And then after we talk about it, we
Then I'll maybe, come back at the end and share.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
more
Back to you,
questions.
President Mayor.
That was it?
Yes.
Okay, next we have committee reports. Is there a report from the audit committee?
No, because we had the presentation tonight, and all our recommendations are on here for voting.
Okay, CEC committee?
Yes. The Community Engagement Committee met on 9/22/25 at 5 p.m. in Lee F. Jackson Cafetorium. We asked for volunteers for membership of the committee. We discussed existing charges, deciding they needed to be revision, and agreed to do some work via email before the next meeting. Our guest representatives were the PTA units. They reported on their activities so far and their plans for the immediate future. Lee F. Jackson talked about their meet and greet event with the Fire and Police Department in attendance, their membership connections with alumni, recruiting teachers, and their upcoming readathon and trunk or treat event, which is 10/17, 6 to 8 p.m. if you want to bring your kids to trunk or treat. Highview's report centered on the school store and the readathon. RJ Bailey had their staff appreciation breakfast, their 10/8 walk and roll to school day, which is coming up, and the Scholastic book sale in December. Woodlands had a dedicated group of students who volunteered for the elementary schools, a student advocacy group, teacher membership efforts in the December book fair. The PTA Council helps train the units and allows them to speak with a united voice in advocating for our district. The superintendent shared her recent hires, including Assistant Superintendent for Business Sean DeMero, PPS Director Audrey Cabell, and her upcoming appointment for Human Resources that hadn't happened yet, but we now know is Kevin Hanratty. We discussed these as possible guest speakers later in the year. Finally, we looked at a slideshow of mixed events and facilities issues, the convocation, the first day of school, fathers bring your children to school, senior sunrise, the LF Jackson meet and greet, and the superintendent with the Falcons, SOAR logo. We showed the completed Highview windows, the Woodland security vestibule, progress on the turf field, and warned parents of traffic problems from the water main project. The next meeting of the Community Engagement Committee is 10/23/25 at 7 p.m. This is Thursday at Highview. All are welcome.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments?
Oh, sorry.
Hearing none, we'll go to the
Sorry,
education,
not this Thursday. Okay.
go to the education committee.
Next Thursday.
Our first education committee meeting is Thursday, October 30th at 7 p.m. here in the Woodlands Middle High School Innovation Lab. We will be looking at, generally speaking, some of our test scores and where we're starting out, how we ended last year, how we're starting out this year, and we hope to look at least 2 policies.
Item Finance Committee.
1 second.
Oh, do questions, comments?
Thank you so
Trustee
much.
Mann.
For those who may not be able to be in attendance for Education Committee and have questions or concerns, can we submit them for you guys to discuss?
I don't see why not.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. Since we're talking about test scores and everything, that's your topic, right? Okay.
Yes.
And they're going to be iReady in New York State or both?
I think it'll be a deep dive on data we've already seen, if I'm not mistaken. We have our planning meeting next week, so. So if you want to submit the questions by next week, that would be ideal,
Gotcha. Okay.
trustees. And just a reminder to the trustees, it is a committee of the whole, so if you are able to attend and would like to, you're open. Finance Committee, our next meeting is Friday, October 17th at 1 PM, I believe, in the Freelo Center at Woodlands Middle High School. I think we're going to be looking at the reserve funds, the reserve fund report that the board receives.
Facility, any questions, comments? Facilities Committee?
The Facilities Committee met on 9/11/25 at 6:30 PM at the Woodlands Innovation Lab via Zoom. We confirmed our membership, reviewed our charges, and reviewed the status of our major construction projects. The security vestibule is done, the water main project is ongoing, it should be done in January. The 4 tennis courts were on track and have since opened. There's an area, 1 court where water pools that needs to be fixed. The roof replacement at Woodlands was delayed by flashing supply issues, but now it's almost done. The guys working out there. The Highview East Wing windows are done. The energy performance contract is on track for completion in January. A community member is trying to find a cost-effective way of enclosing the battery energy storage system in concrete. And Con Ed is installing a gas pipe on Pinewood to connect to the high school. The science lab renovation plan will just be discussed at the next meeting. The roof replacements at Highview and Jackson will go to bid in October, I guess now. The football turf field replacement and track projects were delayed over the summer. The turf is near completion, but the track is dependent on weather and may be delayed until spring. Members were concerned and requested a breakdown of the events leading up to the delay. The next meeting of the Facilities Committee is Thursday, 10/9, at 6:30 PM in the Woodlands Innovation Lab. That one is this Thursday.
Any questions, comments about Facilities Committee? Hearing none, we're gonna go on to Governance and Policy Committee.
I don't have formal minutes written up, so I'm just going to do a couple bullet points. There was discussion last night on various governance items. We are recommending that the board evaluations as well as our public survey will be added to board docs once we create a new subsection. That is the recommendation to the full board. I guess we should ask if the full board agrees.
Does anybody have any concerns about first?
Sounds like a good idea.
our- No? Okay. Trustees Cephalayo, Mans, or Jacobson?
Can you say that again?
So the evaluation, the big evaluation,
yeah.
it would just, it would not be comments. Our legal would have to see and agree with it first, but pretty much just the end scores.
The
for
summary
each section.
tabulation would be public, the rest of it would be non-public.
I'm all for
But available.
transparency and accountability.
And then the
So-
public surveys, again, the graphic detail from the public surveys will be
Mm-hmm.
put there, and that can be referenced from year to year.
What public survey? I missed
The
that.
One we did
survey,
in the
The
spring.
board one we did.
the survey,
The one we sent out
What's
the
the book?
parent
The-
family survey. at
the
end of year.
parent
Oh,
survey at
that's
the end of the
Yeah,
year.
yeah,
Oh, when I heard board, I thought it was.
It will be put on board docs.
Exactly.
That was with the update.
That, yes, however, the word survey made me think, I didn't see a survey come out in regard to the board, but it's the other surveys.
Right,
One
it's a
we
parent
put out.
survey.
I got you.
Sorry, I'm
The one that had like
conflating.
20 questions.
It was under the subject
We got
of
them down to. like
information
14.
sharing, so it sounds like it's all together.
Yes, okay,
I'm
I
gonna move
gotcha.
on before she starts yelling at me. The last thing is a special reminder to everybody that we all agreed in the summer that January 24th is a retreat day, the full day retreat. I'm reminding everyone.
1, 2, 4, 2,
Starting
6.
the preliminary planning.
Yeah, childcare.
It's on my calendar.
Okay.
Husband care.
That's it for me.
Wife care.
We do not know when the next meeting will be.
That is a Saturday.
Yep.
It is
I got a lot.
holidays. It's after Martin Luther King Day, but before Valentine's Day.
I have 9 to 5 on my calendar. Is that
Nobody's
accurate?
birthday?
All day, yes. Okay.
I don't remember what you said.
What?
There may be.
There might be a problem,
Oh, no?
but I don't know yet. And I won't know till it gets closer, so I'll tell you later.
All right, let's keep going. Wellness Committee?
We met on the September 26th in the Freelo Center. We elected co-chairs, which was myself and Martina O'Mealy. We decided to rename the food survey to help with confusion around it being a survey versus a continuous feedback loop. And so we're calling it the Falcon Food Feedback Form. So we're gonna talk to TAC to get that changed, and to make it its own button on the website so people realize that that is something that they continuously go back to. So we're gonna collect feedback on an ongoing basis and also looking into a more like in the moment feedback in the buildings, and talk to Whitson's to see what feedback would be most valuable to them. Ms. Merrill's been making the rounds in all the cafeterias to check out procedures and staffing needs and stuff like that. So you might see her and you say hi when you see her in the cafeteria. We discussed making something that looked like either a menu committee or seeing if a parent university would be helpful to help families understand the regulations set that influence the ingredients we can use and stuff like that, and maybe Winston's can do a tasting and get feedback directly from families. And so finding ways to link the community and families with the wellness committee and nutrition in general. And just other ways to bridge some of the other work that's happening in phys ed and SEL and the community partners that we have. There's a common room being developed at Woodlands through Title I funding, which is very exciting. And we've also kind of looked around about ways we can help with family engagement, potentially looking into bringing back Wellness Wednesdays in a way that helps reinforce the Wellness Committee's work. There was talk of sharing closets, community partnerships, and wellness grants that can help with nutrition and food services, stuff like that. And our next meeting is October 24th from 12:30 to 2.
Okay, any questions, comments? Yes, Tristan.
Just the Falcon, just so you don't ever use an acronym, because I'm thinking 3 Fs in the school setting is probably not.
It's true. We will
That's
always
all.
spell it out. But good call.
Any other questions, comments? I just want to say I was happy to see that our administration addressed some of the issues at ECP with the kitchen. That makes me so happy.
It's coming along though too.
And just acknowledge that it was an issue in the first place. And then I also wanted to ask more about the calming room. I don't know, Trustee Zampalayo and Mans, you were here later, but if you guys remember the rap room.
I used to go to the
It
rec.
is,
So the
it
wrap room
sounds
was
like it's supposed to
so-
be reminiscent of that.
Right. And the fact that they found Title I dollars to cover is really great. I mean, for the moment, I got on the board, I brought it up, I don't know how many times. But it was such a memorable thing for everyone who went there. Was it still there when you were there?
I don't remember.
The rap room? Yes. So it was for newer administration. It was a room that was run, I think back then by a psychologist.
He was.
And it literally was a drop-in room. I don't know how they did it. I was a kid, but they managed it. I'm sure kids tried to use it to avoid class, but it wasn't a problem, obviously. Every kid that came through here knew about it. It was a place that was safe, no matter if you were like an athlete or a non-athlete or a social kid or a non-social kid. You could drop in and get some support for a period or a half a period or a couple of minutes or the day. You just could not deal. You could go to the rap room. And there was a prior trustee who also used to talk about it because she went here and she remembered that as well. So, hopefully someone on the committee talks about that.
Yeah, so
do
Kimberly
something.
Johnson is the one that was talking about, and she's spearheading
She
it.
heard about it. before,
So
I'm sure.
she's creating it and developing it, and then we were discussing like potentially, especially with grants, if there's other money that could be solicited to help develop it and make it as good as it could be.
It was on the second.
And we hope to hear back from her too about like what are the procedures around how it will be used and how it will be monitored and, supported in that way.
I just want to add to that, sometimes it's a little caveat, especially when we're doing rooms like that and it might be a student with disability. So just keeping in mind that sometimes when we utilize space, not that it's not okay, but depending on how long or the duration and stuff like that, it could be considered a change of placement. So I just want to make sure that we're very cognizant about what it looks like if we're allowing students with disabilities to also be in that space and then tracking that time too.
Yeah, I have no idea how the adults did it back then. but-
It can't, there is a law now that you can't have these separate timeout rooms
Mm.
But it's not
for
at the
that
same
purpose. So you just need to be, when you are developing it, be very, very careful.
Yes.
So it would be considered a timeout room if the kid brought themselves there to calm down or to,
If they were
Punitively.
delivered there.
Yeah.
if they were delivered there? No, it wasn't like a teacher would tell you, go to the wrap room. You would put yourself in the wrap room, like they call them wellness rooms now at jobs, they have a wellness room.
I've developed
Um,
calming rooms, and they're not
calming
punitive,
room.
they are meant to be self,
Regulating.
regulated, but also like you ask to go. Like you recognize the calming features of that space and you request to go so that you can regulate and then return to school.
It's in its initial phase,
Yeah.
so it was generated through the work from the consultations, the voices of the students, the teachers, et cetera. So right now, the monies have been set aside.
Yeah.
That's all that has been.
Plenty of jobs now too, I don't know about educational institutions, but plenty of jobs do have wellness rooms. You know, if you're having a hard day, you had enough at work, you need a
Yep.
break, go take a break. You know, music's nice, the lighting is nice. Huh?
So I'm gonna use it.
Office with the silks room.
Yes.
Silks hanging from the ceiling.
We will move on, thank you. Is there anything else for the wellness committee? Questions, comments? No? Safety committee?
Safety
When's the next
committee,
meeting?
Oh,
October 24th from 12:30 to 2:30 in the Freelo Center. I assume the Freelo Center, here.
Thank you, sorry.
Somewhere in Woodlands.
sorry, just.
it's all good. Safety committee, our first meeting is coming up Monday, October 27th. Everyone should have gotten an email. If you didn't, someone will probably forward it to you. I think it's going to be great. And there you go.
Everyone's invited. Everyone's-
Oh, what time? At 6:30. 6:30 in the Innovation Lab right here at Woodlands Middle High School.
All are welcome.
All are welcome. The more the merrier,
To take from trustee Warner.
right?
All are welcome.
Everybody.
You said 7:30? Sorry.
6:30.
6:30. I know.
Hopefully
We're
we'll be
gonna,
out of our-
I'm telling myself 6. Don't worry.
Hopefully.
I got it 6 o'clock on my calendar.
And next we have, last but definitely not least, our technology committee.
We met on September 18th. Dr. Chisholm joined us as well. I am the chair again. And we reviewed the process of getting the Chromebooks back from graduating seniors and what worked and didn't work for next time. We have a much better success rate for families signing the accessible use policy, in part because of the way it was rolled out this year. Just as a reminder, that's what you sign to say you take accountability for your student's Chromebook, and that is what also gives them the ability to log on to the district's Google site, Wi-Fi, everything tech related. That is saying that you understand that it is district property and that you are borrowing it. There were requests for trainings to help with the staff understanding how to set up calendars at the building level, which will help with frequent updates, if there's any changes. The app that was rolled out, I saw a bunch of stuff on social media. So please download the app, which will also give you push notifications if anything changes and let you know what's going on. You can just sign up for your student's school if you want, or the whole district. Definitely have the whole district, because that's where all the days off are. You want to know when those are happening. And you can also pick your school and athletics and a bunch of different information so that you're always in the know. We are, my own handwriting. October 2nd, so I have not gotten an update on this. There was going to be a meeting with students regarding cell phone policy feedback and seeing how that is going. Don't know if anyone has information from that or if I should just wait to find out after the next second committee meeting. We've had some pretty good progress on principals using the pre-registration for families coming in for building events. There definitely still needs to be some troubleshooting. And so we're looking into that and looking into ways to possibly track buses on their routes. And then we ran out of time, so the rest of our agenda was tabled until our next meeting, which is 10:15 at, sorry, October 15th at 9:30 to 11:30, usually in the Little Theater.
I just want to add to that too. So we do still have some students as well as teachers who have not yet signed the AUP, their acceptable use policy. So I just want to make a reminder and a plea for students and parents to please sign your AUP. What I don't want to do is have to limit the access to your child's technology. It would take 24 to 48 hours to then release it, and so what happens is your child will either lose opportunity during instructional time or may not be able to work, complete work over a weekend. So I'm asking parents to please go ahead with your child and sign your acceptable use policies as soon as possible.
Just to be super clear, when you say limit access, does that mean shutting off their login to the Greenberg ecosystem? So it doesn't matter if you have it doesn't matter if you have a Chromebook or plan to log in on your home computer?
So from what I understand it is, I don't know about your home computer, but your district device that might house things like the Google Classroom or things that your teacher needs you to access in that moment will not be operational. And so we don't want to have any gaps in instruction for students. And we
Sounds
have
like everyone should sign their form.
Everybody needs to sign it, please and thank you.
Yes. I was gonna ask about the acceptable use policy. Is there a way to only target those who have not signed it? Because people who have signed it are getting the additional messages and don't know if their signature is being recorded because they're getting the messages.
They're getting the reminders
Right.
that everybody's getting, but when it's time to to shut it off, she has to do it manually, which takes time. So, which is why she also has to release it manually, which takes time. So, and I think that's just a method of the system that's being utilized to track that.
But if you have questions about whether or not you signed it, like it came as a separate email with your student's name at the bottom. So if you, which looked very different than all other emails. So if you're clicking into your individual student to sign their AUP and you did that, very likely that you've already signed.
Right.
But if you
Right,
have
but if
not
you're
done
still
that,
getting the reminders, I think people are wondering.
just,
Did
you should then
mine
encourage all their
work?
buddies to make sure they signed it so they can stop
Or did
getting
mine work?
reminders.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite sure how that system works per se, but also if you have multiple students in the district, you have to sign it for each student. So I don't want parents to believe I signed it and I clicked the one link for one child and I've signed it and it's all encompassing, because that might not be the case. And I don't want to speculate whether or not parents might still be getting the reminders. I signed mine and I was still getting the reminders, so.
Right. Okay. Any questions, comments? No? We're gonna move on to building liaisons. First at ECP, we have trustee Mans. And don't be forced to have a liaison report if you,
I mean, a lot going on. We talked about the kitchen being upgraded. Well, not so much upgraded, but renovated, so that's good. But just business as usual for ECP. We got the new fence in front, which is nice, with the little bottle cap project that they put together. They're repainting the map in the front. My state will be Alaska. I'm gonna be out there.
I'm
painting like
California.
that. Oh, you said, okay.
Texas.
All right. Oh, Texas, look at that. See, I love that. And all the things, but they're just busy as usual. I think that, they had a back to school night and, about 60 dads showed up for, what's that day called?
Take your
Yes.
child to school day.
Yeah, so that was nice to hear that. So, that's ECP in a nutshell.
and who's, yes, trustee Miller?
Are the clubs starting?
For ECP?
The workshops? The workshop
The
nights?
parent workshops?
Yes, they should be starting.
I know we're approving.
It's on the calendar, it's on the
Yeah.
calendar, we're approving it today.
Okay.
Who is the Lee F. Jackson liaison?
Leah Jackson, October 13th through 17th, PTA's Fall Readathon. So it's happening now. Save the date for October 14th through 17th is Spirit Week. There's a flyer with themes that'll be sent out. And October 17th, the PTA's trunk or treat, I mentioned earlier, from 6 to 7:30, it says, instead of 8 o'clock. And come enjoy a fun evening of trunk or treating, raffle, pumpkin crafts, face art, music, and so much more. So basically,
enthusiastic. And so much.
no, they have people drive their vehicle in, and usually a van is better than a normal car, but you can't really, and they give you candy from the trunk, and they decorate, they decorate very interesting Halloween theme. Yeah, so it's a good place to score a lot of candy fast.
Hi, view.
I'm Highview.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about the wellness policy and that.
Yep, just don't think about it, just
Don't think about
And you're gonna
No, no, it's
It's not being
It's
sold.
a PTA event, it's
I know,
not
I know, I know.
event.
A little candy's good, a lot of candy's not so.
David's gonna take it all anyway, so it's okay.
Highview. Highview conducted the third fire drill of the year already. They had, and they have a lockdown drill coming up November 6th. Highview asks parents that are sending cups with their kids to not send cups that are made of glass, because they had 2 instances of broken glass that had to be cleaned up. So please, if you have glass cups, to not send them, send a plastic instead. They were visited by a dog handler from Therapy Dogs of Rockland, and brought a dog named Jude that participated in 1 or 2 of the classrooms. The 3rd annual SEL Family versus Faculty Kickball Game is Friday, October 10th at 2 p.m. All are invited to attend. And reminder that if you do attend, please do not take your child home from Webb Field. Let them go back to school first so they can be properly signed out. And that's, that kind of sums it up.
What time is the kickball game?
2 p.m.
Any questions, comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to RJ Bailey. Is there a trustee that wants to give a report on RJ Bailey?
Sure. Picture day was the 25th, the retake day is November 21st. There was a faculty appreciation event on 9/26, sponsored by the PTA. And the PTA is also running a walk and roll to school day tomorrow if it does not get rained out. They will notify everyone who is RSVP'd by 6 a.m. In terms of whether or not it will happen based on the weather. The after-school enrichment survey went out to families. We have not been notified yet about what activities our kids are in, but it was a mad dash and everyone freaked out. As usual. On the, oh my gosh, I am losing words today, I'm sorry. On the newsletter, it did mention that 6th grader Killian Kelly
Yes.
won gold at first ever Kids Brasileiro, I'm probably mispronouncing it, No-Gi Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competition in Rio de Janeiro. And won first and is now on his way to try to win 2 more golds and 2 other events, which is super cool. Next week is Spirit Week. There is a parent coffee on the 17th at 9 a.m. Traditionally, that's been hybrid. I assume that it will be, but I don't know that for sure. And there will,
What's the date on it?
the 17th at 9 a.m. And to look for an email from Principal Rossi about that. My guess is would have, typically it's in the tech lab with a virtual option. The PTA is doing a pop-up shop around Halloween on the 27th and 28th. Traditionally, that's been you donate any unused, or you donate old Halloween costumes that are in good shape, and students can come and pick up free costumes. I assume that's what that is. It's not super clear, but I'm going to assume that's what it is. And then the Halloween parade is on the 31st at 1 p.m.
And does any trustee want to give an update on Woodlands Middle High School?
I have Woodlands. Last week, Woodlands hosted an assembly by the JCK Foundation, which promotes mental health wellness in schools by sharing resources and stories of mental health resilience. I know my daughter, for once, was very thrilled. Right now, the annual college night is happening at Woodlands. It's hosted by the guidance department in conjunction with the Delta Sigma Theta Society.
Sorority.
Sorority, sorry. I can't read my own handwriting. And there is a virtual financial aid workshop on Thursday, the 9th, from 6:30 to 7. It will be in Spanish, and from 7 to 7:30 in English. Woodlands Middle High School first PTA meeting of the school year will be tomorrow at 7 p.m. in the Innovation Lab. There will be refreshments and a raffle for attendees. I'm not sure what they're raffling. And Spirit Week will also be next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And what the theme is for each day is in the Google Classroom page for each grade.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, let's move on to our lead.
I'm just raising my hand for what you're about to say.
Let's move on to our liaisons for, I'm gonna say, special items, like NISBA, WISBA, what's another one?
PTA
BOCES, huh?
PTA Council.
BOCES, PTA Council, Trustee Valen.
Okay, so I'm the Westchester Putnam School Board Association liaison. Just a couple things I'd like to point out. President Bears and I have attended a couple training meetings and affinity group meetings over the last month. It's been a really good kickoff to the year, and we both find them valuable to use to talk to other board members in other districts as sounding boards. So I'm going to really recommend, they've revamped the first year board members to be first term affinity groups. So I know you have 3 or 4 of you in your first term. I'm really recommending that you look into they have 3 meetings scheduled. So I recommend you attend those. It's just good to bounce off ideas and hear what other people are doing in other districts. We often find that we are actually pretty well ahead of the game in a lot of respects. So I'm hoping if you guys attend those meetings, you'll hear something similar and be able to offer what we do to others as a good model, or to learn from others, things that we could bring back. And then just 2 other things. This coming Friday, I do want to say there is a training on negotiations, the legal and financial perspectives.
Yes.
It's a lunchtime webinar from 12 to 1:30. If any of you can attend, please contact Ms. Pineda tomorrow or the next day to register. I know it's this Friday, October 10th, 12 to 1:30. I believe I am registered. I believe Trustee Maris is registered. We might be having back-to-back meetings, but it sounds like a really good topic to set us up for some things that are on our table. And lastly, I just want to inform everybody that I'm also part of the WISBA board. So through that, I have an opportunity tomorrow to meet with our Congressperson George Latimer as part of a NISBA roundtable to discuss the advocacy points that we want to push across on the federal level. So I'll report back on that at the next meeting.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Does anybody know what WISBA is?
Westchester Putnam
Oh,
School Board
listen,
Association.
I said it at the beginning.
that doesn't matter. What does that mean? Doesn't matter. What does that mean? You know, listen, there are no dumb questions when it comes to the board. There's a lot happening all the time. And so we say these acronyms, you may not know exactly what it is. It's more of our regional group. You know, we have NISBA, and then the WISBA is more regional. So it's great. Any other liaisons want to report? PTA Council?
The PTA Council met via Zoom on 10/6/25 at 7 p.m. They adopted their budget. They discussed fall events where they maintain a welcome booth in several places. The Greenberg Farmers Market, Spooktoberfest, the Homecoming. They'll continue to advocate for full council meetings with the superintendent, but we would be respectful of her time if this is not possible. The unit delegates reported on individual PTA units, and I talked about that in the CEC. And we've just heard it. The PTA Reflections Program is looking for submissions of student art with the theme I Belong. You have till December to get that to them. Tracy Maris gave a brief overview of the Board of Education monthly meetings and opportunities for the parents to participate. Aisha Parker offered a 15-minute training on project management immediately following the meeting. That's it.
Okay, any other liaisons? Hearing none, we're gonna move on to our discussion on NISBA resolutions. Did everybody get a chance to look at their NISBA resolution packet? That was what? Oh, that was attached to the agenda, it's pretty long. But we do have the worksheet here that has the WISBA, the regional, suggestions for the, each resolution. And it talks about supporting the resolution or not, or whether they made no decision. Being that everyone looked through it, does anyone have any specific questions about any specific resolution? Or, no? Does anyone have any specific question to any specific resolution or how the process is gonna work? No, yes.
I didn't understand 17. What is
Okay.
that? And how does that impact us in any way, shape, or form?
So number 17 reads, NISBA supports limiting a district's potential annual hold harmless phase-out to no more than 2% of their district budget, even if doing so extends that district's overall phase-out period. And WISBA suggests that we oppose the bylaw amendment or resolution, and it's also opposed by the NISBA DEI committee.
What is it?
What is the
What is that? What is the
potential annual
harmless? What's the
hold
phase out?
harmless phase-out?
Yeah, what is
I
that?
don't know. Do you guys know what that is? There is a larger, where's the document? And I don't want to, yes, trustee Valen.
I don't know, does trustee Long have anything to say on this? Otherwise I'll chime in a little.
I didn't get to finish my sentence, but go ahead, chime in. Trustee Long looking.
The hold harmless has to do with the proposed changes to the foundation aid formula.
Okay.
And basically, it's the readjustment of taking away from some districts and giving to others based on the formula itself. Hold harmless alludes to the fact that there are rich districts which would have money taken away from them to be reapportioned here. They want to make sure that they're either held without penalty, i.e. not a reduction from where they are. And this proposal is to limit that to 2%, so they can plan on their budget.
Okay.
So again, the recommendation is that we oppose the WISBA recommends it's opposed by us, and also the NISBA DEI committee says that they also oppose it.
No, it's supported by.
It's
No.
supported by.
DEI,
They support
Set it
that.
firm.
the Green Star.
Oh, the star.
Oh, the
Support.
Oneonta School Board.
No,
The
That's a
Green
Green
Star
Star means
is
the
the,
DEI committee
supported by-
supports it.
Oh, the DEI committee supports it, and the
WISBA.
comments provided below from WISBA discussion.
Yeah, what's that opposes? Okay. So that was interesting, given that I know the background. And then number 22.
Number
So
22.
NISBA opposed that. Did they explain why? I
So-
think financial literacy is
Number-
super important. but-
Number 22 reads,
Oh, sorry.
NISBA shall support legislative or regulatory changes to add financial literacy into the statewide K through 12 curriculum with additional state funding to support implementation of this new curricular expectation.
Oh, there's a comment too, which is helpful.
Yeah, and they have a comment down below. Says, despite a consensus over the need for financial literacy, we oppose asking legislators to create curriculum mandate. As the Board of Regents are already planning on requiring financial literacy as part of the graduation measures, the learning standard will not be required.
So it's because it's mandated, they're like, we don't like that.
I don't know, but I know in the summer, when I went to the board leadership conference, they talked a lot about not liking the non-educators putting a mandate on education. They talked about the governor, they talked about all these mandates that get pushed down to the education system, and it's not the educators coming up with the mandate.
And I think it also allows space for the district or the LEA to own the curriculum and not being mandated by the state to tell us the curriculum. So it gives some autonomy to the local educational agencies.
Gotcha. Okay.
So trustee Long is our liaison for NISBA. She's going to be the one placing our vote on this. Do you have any questions or comments or
Well,
things to bring to our attention?
The choices are support or opposed, and there's a group of resolutions, but before the resolutions, there's a vote on 3 amendments to the bylaws. The 3 amendments are recommending, the 3 amendments that are proposed to the bylaws have been recommended to be opposed by the NISBA Committee on Resolutions. So the key is, what is our consensus vote that I should enter into each of these items? And I don't know if you read the bylaw proposals or just the resolutions, or what, in theory, I have to vote on each and every one of these.
Each and every one of
plus
these, right.
the 3 amendments.
So, and the vote is on October 16th, I think, 16th?
October 16th.
So I don't know, trustees, do you want to, it's now 8:32. So do you want to, did you already look at them? Do you, go ahead, Chris, what is it? Go ahead.
I'm just recommending, I did not read the amendments.
Oh,
I would
I can
I would be
summarize.
saying, as far as the ones, the WISBA recommendations on the resolutions, I would say let's just take a quick up or down vote between us on the ones that are in red that didn't have a determination by WISBA, unless there were others, unless you had a difference of opinion with WISBA and the ones that were not in dispute. That's my recommendation.
Yeah,
what were you saying, trustee?
on the resolutions, NISBA doesn't take a position. They only put some as putting forward and some that were not put forward. The first 7 of them are resolutions that were intended to be sunsetted, that one of the school boards said, let's not sunset this. So that one is a vote on, it's a consensus vote, so they group them all together and it's one vote, yea or nay. Because in theory, not theory, they've already been approved as resolutions, so the question is, do we extend it? So the first 7 are just a yes or no as a group, and then the individuals are a yes or no from resolution 8 through resolution 23. And anything beyond 23, the committee did not approve to put forward. We can, if we wish, to ask for one of those to be pulled forward to be voted. I didn't read anything in any of those that came out as
No.
anything we should say that, yes, we want to have.
So in the first session, 7, do you recommend that we support them as recommended by WISBA?
Yes,
Yes.
it's just,
Does
it's
any-
resolutions that exist.
Does anybody have any concerns on any of them? No? In number 8 through 23, is that
8 through 20.
23? Yes.
I'm just gonna start voting.
Go ahead and vote.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna continue my sentence. Do you have any recommendation for,
I think we should look at each one so everyone can offer their
okay,
thought.
so we're gonna go through each one. So now, it's now 8:34. So number 8, NISBA shall advocate for the number of lockdown drills to be reduced from 4 to 2 each year. Do you have any recommendation?
My recommendation is oppose.
Okay. Does anybody have any,
I agree, we should oppose.
yes, trustee
I
Jacobson?
think we should reduce them from 4 to 2. They are not proven to work. We should have more lockdown drills.
So is it,
They're proven not to work.
There's no data
That's
that
what
says
she
lockdown drills work
believes.
in protecting students from active shooters. There is no evidence to support that. It just re-traumatizes students. So unless there is data out there that says otherwise, I don't think we should be doing 4-H here, we can do 2. I would prefer 0, so I'll take 2.
I will
Trustee,
be here all night. All right, so
trustee,
it's just oppose or support.
Support.
I'm supporting it. You never know what can happen. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So wait,
she
are you
rep-
supporting
Oh my
the
gosh.
amendment to reduce, or you're supporting having 4?
Keep the 4.
So you
I say keep
oppose?
it. Whatever it is. Keep the 4. You oppose.
That's it.
Why are you
So
shaking
you
your
said,
head?
because I just think this is a bad process, but whatever. No, I actually agree with you on the number, but, so you say 2, you say 2, you say 2, you say,
No, they
4.
said 4, 4, 2, 2,
hold on, you say 4?
4, 4,
I'm-
4,
I
2,
said
2.
yes, oppose.
I misunderstood
It's
what you
written
said.
weird.
Oppose the resolution and leave it as it is.
Thank you. 4,
4.
thank you, 2,
2.
2. I say 4, 4, 4, so we're going with 4.
Oppose.
Next one, yes, thank you. Next one is NISBA support legislation, which will allow creation of regional high school and determined by the local board of ed to be educational and fiscally responsible.
My recommendation is support.
Anyone object and want to oppose? Moving on. In light of extreme heat condition days, unfunded mandate that NISBA support the state providing school districts and BOCES with necessary funding to allow for air conditioning and appropriate electrical needs in all schools. Recommendation support, trustee Paloma. Anyone want to oppose? No. NISBA support the state to safely incorporate AI into the curriculum and district operations. Recommendation, Julie. Trustee Long.
Support.
Does anybody oppose? Okay, let's talk about it. I hear one support. What's your opinion?
I think we should address the topic. I don't think the AI is nearly as advanced
Are
as
you
it should be
undecided?
in order to be useful. Okay.
Do you support it as looking into?
Yes,
to the-
look into it.
Trustee Jacobson.
I think reading the comments, it's, my concern is just that legislation, what we've experienced today, might not be up to the speed at which this is
So
changing, and we're
opposed?
gonna limit ourselves. I don't
No, undecided.
understand.
Trustee Valen.
I have to say the thing too. If this, I believe the way it's stated is to talk about law, legislation. I'm okay with my said guidance. So if I'm interpreting this correctly, then I oppose because I want guidance but not law.
Okay, trustee Sampalayo.
Oppose.
Trustee Mance.
Oppose.
There's 3 opposed, 1 undecided. I'll oppose 2, so opposed. Next we go with, it's supported, recommendation is support, opposed proposal that would provide tuition tax credits or educational vouchers that benefit private or parochial schools.
Support.
Anybody object? Great. NISBA shall advocate to the New York State Education Department, the United States Department of Agriculture, and federal legislators for the reinstatement of whole milk as an allowable option in school breakfast and lunch programs, in addition to existing low-fat options, the recognition of updated nutritional science supporting the safety and benefits of whole milk in the diets of children and adolescents. Recommendation is opposed.
I support.
Does anybody want to oppose?
Oppose.
Oppose.
I support. No.
We don't need to chew our milk.
I'm
Waste
confused.
of money.
Wait a
Are they
minute.
drinking enough now anyway?
No, they throw it out.
That's what I'm saying. Others.
We need
No, no,
two
no.
more
Because
trustees
it's-
to chime in.
Wait, go ahead. Go ahead.
They're supporting changing to whole milk.
To whole,
Okay.
allowing whole milk as an
The
option.
milk they serve now is water.
2%.
Yeah, but they're just gonna throw out whole milk too.
That's what I feel like. It's not
I think so.
So we're gonna go whole or no. So whole milk or no?
No.
Whole milk or no? Whole milk or no?
No.
Whole milk. I'm a whole milk too, and you say no, so we say no.
I want some almond milk.
Nope, love whole milk.
Wait, so
Opposed. Next, we have NISBA shall advocate for amendments to the New York State Ed regulations to allow a set amount of daily recess time, up to 30 minutes a day, to count toward required instructional hours. Elementary students, recommendation.
Oppose, it's already law, so.
It's recommended to oppose. Trustee Along says opposed. Does anybody else support it? Okay, let's keep going. NYSBA shall advocate for the following policy changes. Substantial increases in state reimbursement rates for out-of-district special education placements to reflect true and current costs, including transportation and related services by way of reform. With the formula particularly to districts facing a high proportion of costly mandated placements relative to total enrollment. This will directly affect us, actually. They have no decision. What do you recommend, Trustee Long?
I recommend we support this one just because of our scenario. The opposition was that this should be addressed in foundation aid. I think it should be
It
addressed.
is, but
Yeah.
we don't benefit from
I
it.
agree. So I agree. I think we should support this.
Support.
If I understand it by that, then support.
Support.
Trustee
Support,
Sepulveda.
sorry.
Support.
Okay. NYSBA seek, number 16, NYSBA seek and promote legislation to reform, what? NYSBA seek and promote legislation to reform current legal notice publication requirements. No decision. Trustee Long, what's your recommendation?
Support.
Anyone oppose?
Oppose.
Okay, let's go around.
What are they
Go ahead.
asking us?
They
Yeah.
want to get rid of the old newspaper that we have to pay to put things in newspapers because most local newspapers have disappeared. So they're lobbying to remove it's not remove the newspaper requirement, but to open the flexibility of it.
But I'll agree with the comment that while we understand the difficulty of finding local papers nowadays, older community members, non-parents, are more likely to see school information in newspapers, and school districts could be open to accusations of hiding information if it is difficult to find on their website.
Okay.
Given the counter.
Support. What do you say?
I say oppose.
Oh, I thought you said,
Oh,
okay.
sorry,
I thought
support,
you said,
yes.
okay,
I did.
support,
What is this one again?
I want to keep the requirement that they be in the newspaper.
oppose.
It's-
Newspaper or no
it's-
newspaper?
Yes, newspaper. Thank you.
So,
These are written so goofy.
Newspaper.
okay, that's 4.
That's for.
Okay, sorry, Trustee Manji, you want to share?
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. What was I, 17? NYSBA supports limiting the district potential annual hold harm, we talked about that. Number 18, NYSBA
Well, do we
advocate.
agree with the opposed recommendation?
I'm still kind of confused of what that actually would look like.
I don't even remember what this
So
is.
if we remove money from a more,
Yeah, but based on this, does this mean that the
I don't
richer
know.
Why did it
districts
decline so fast?
wouldn't lose any of their money, or they just wouldn't be allowed to have enough? It's written in
The
such a,
rich
like-
districts that may lose money, they could lose all of the money, or this is proposing you lose a little bit at a time. They're saying, we don't want to lose any money at all, so we're going to vote no on this because we want the whole thing changed.
So recommendation is opposed. What do you say, Trustee Long?
I'm on the fence on this one.
Well, that's not good.
Well, I'm only like 7.
That's not good.
I'm gonna vote whatever a majority of us decide. I'm on the fence on this one. Because what they're saying is that if we oppose this, there's no lobbying whatsoever for the hold harmless. So it removes it from the agenda altogether.
well, because last
So
year.
you don't want to oppose it?
No, the argument is we don't want to support it because we'd rather they do something else. But if you don't support it, there is nothing else this year, so.
Because weren't we concerned that Hochul wasn't going to maintain it and we were going to lose money?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I don't like the idea of there not being
a
an
phase out.
alternative.
Yeah.
Like, it says we'll look into other things, but like, that could be
There is no
nothing.
alternative.
And
This
that's
is
not cool.
Do you
support this, or if there is nothing on this subject to be lobbied on this year.
So let's continue to think about it. We'll come back because it's almost 9 o'clock and we have to make some very important decisions this evening. So the later it gets, the more difficult it's going to be. Number 18, NYSBA advocates for a budget threshold to protect rural districts with low enrollment and large geographical footprints in the foundation aid formula. What's your recommendation? Trustee Long, WISBA says oppose.
WISBA, we're on 18, sorry, wrong one. This links right back to the save harmless, I could oppose.
Okay, anyone want to support it? No? Number 19, NISBA supports legislation allowing school
I would
districts.
support.
Okay, let's talk. So we have one opposed, one support.
Again, it's very little detail. What is the budget threshold? Like
Budget
what-
threshold.
Right.
What would that look like?
Be part of it.
Like it, I don't know how you,
It's probably gonna be a formula they do, I think, right?
I don't know.
So let's go around. So we have one opposed, one support. Do you want to think about it?
I guess I'm gonna
Okay,
oppose because
trustee.
there's no other information.
Okay. Trustee
I'll
Allen.
oppose until they remove the word rural and large geographical footprints.
Trustee Sample do you want? Okay, it's 4 opposes. Let's keep going. Number 19, NISBA supports legislation allowing school districts to receive compensation from New York Liquidation Bureau for liability insurance claims arising out of claims brought under the Child Victims Act in cases where the insurance company holding the policy became insolvent and its estate was executed by the Liquidation Bureau. Recommendation is support. Anyone oppose? No? Keep going. NISBA supports an amendment to New York State law that would authorize public school districts to establish and fund health insurance reserve funds through board-approved resolutions. Recommendation support.
Support.
Anyone want to oppose? No. NISBA urged the New York State legislature to amend General Municipal Law, Section 6J, to explicitly include BOCES among the entities authorized to establish and maintain workers' comp reserve funds. This is recommendation to support. Any opposed? No? Number 22,
All right,
NISBA shall, huh?
Nothing. I just wanna state that if that does go through, does that mean the BOCES
Yes.
fee goes up
Yes, it
too?
will.
Yeah, that's what I.
Do you want to oppose it? We can oppose.
I'm gonna oppose it, I'm fine with that.
Do you want to oppose it?
I'm big on,
Okay, opposed, let's talk about it. Do you want to oppose or support? Trustee Long.
I would support it.
Trustee Warner.
Support.
Jacobson.
I don't know.
Valen.
Support reluctantly.
what, not me.
And Sambalayo. Support. Okay, that's
I
4.
don't need that.
Let's keep going. Number 22. Good point, though. Number 22, NISBA shall support legislative or regulatory changes to add financial literacy into the statewide curriculum with additional state funding to support implementation of this new curricular expectation. From Albany, actually.
That sounds familiar.
The,
Recommendation is opposed.
oppose, yes, but for the same reasons that lobbying for curriculum.
Does anybody want to support it? No, let's keep going. NISBA supports legislation on the state level that allows school districts to choose to authorize school medical directors and their clinical designee to evaluate, diagnose, temporarily treat, and prescribe medications for students on campus in accordance with New York State law. The recommendation is to oppose.
I agree.
Anyone want to support it? Hearing none. Number 17. Back to number 17. Do we want to abstain from the vote? There is an abstention option. Is there anyone that feels strongly to oppose or support?
Here's my thing, if we're opposing 18, you might as well do 17, they go neck and neck, right, kind of hand in hand.
Oppose.
There
So
you go.
trustee Long, do you oppose or support? Trustee,
Go
not-
around to
we
the
will
others.
come
yeah.
back. Trustee Warner,
Um,
recommendation is opposed.
Okay, oppose.
Trustee Jacobson,
So trustee Alon, what you had said that opposing it maintains that it will be revisited. Supporting it means that it will no longer be part of the part of the conversation.
No. If you support it, then they will lobby on this subject this year. If we oppose it, there's no alternative, so it comes off of the agenda for NISBA and their conversations with our lawmakers
But only for this year, right?
for this year.
Yeah,
That's
because one came up again, I saw last year, it's on here, and that's that 30 minutes recess.
So if it fails,
it could
it
come
will be
back.
another conversation.
Anyway,
Support or
So
oppose?
then oppose.
Trustee Valen,
That convinced me, opposed.
trustee Sambalayo. Okay, you have 4. Wonderful. Is there a motion to adjourn to, is there any more comments, questions, or
just a
concerns?
reminder, the 3 bylaw, if you read those, 2 of them are very related, and just let me know what you're thinking on the 3 bylaws.
Do you
that are
have
at the
a
beginning.
recommendation?
Oppose all 3.
I will agree with you.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm one person.
So everyone needs to read them and we could email you if we
Yep.
feel differently than an opposed.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, trustee Long, for taking on this.
I said it last year, you're gonna be on the phone for like 6 hours. Oh my
It's this
God.
or this.
You already went to like the pre-meeting, right? The Worcester
No, it's
pre-
Thursday.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, not the voting one. When
Is
the-
there a
Thurs-
motion?
Thursday's the
I move that we
pre-meeting.
adjourn to
Oh,
executive
okay.
discussion
And
to
then-
discuss
Okay.
collective bargaining
Thursday after is the
negotiations, the
voting.
employment history of particular persons, personnel matters and employee records, and matters deemed confidential by state or federal law, including seeking advice from counsel.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. We're in executive session is 8:50.
Oh my God.
First item on the agenda is F1 personnel instructional items. Can I get a motion?
I move we approve the instructional personnel items presented for the board approval this evening.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion?
I have some.
Yes.
Let me get situated somewhere.
You have an instructional personnel item?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
It is going to be G4, appointment of co-curricular activities at the high school. Two things. One, Animal Club, I don't see it. Is it coming? Is there a plan? What's going on with that? The Animal Care Club, that's what it's called. Will we have one for this school year?
No, we do not have an animal care club.
Okay.
There's no advisors
Okay.
for that club.
And no alternative whatsoever?
No alternative right now, because there's
Okay.
been tried to recruit, buildings trying, but if people are aware of any alternative option, please reach out, but as of right now, no.
Okay. And then the second question, because this was a lot of numbers.
G7.
Yeah, same G4, same thing. A lot of numbers I didn't calculate it, but how much comes out of the general fund for the co-curricular activity?
All of it.
No,
For
but
the
what's the
94.
total?
94, it's in the not to exceed, the not to exceed portion in the resolution itself.
Just
94.
above the chart.
Yeah.
Not to
I
exceed
see.
$94,270.
Okay, okay, I'm done. I'll keep
No,
going.
you have a G7 as well.
I do.
She's-
I
What
got over
should-
there, G7.
What are insert, what?
Oh, yes, G7, the appointment of the IB advisors. So, it says that IB advisors, blah, 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 they can receive either $100 for every 2 students, 1 in service credit for up to 2 students, and then 2 in service credits for 3 or more. Just want to know what in service credits consisted of.
So in-service credits are, they go towards salary credits, so it's similar to teacher taking professional learning it's a contractual item.
Okay,
So they receive credits towards salary increase or advancement.
okay, so it could go either towards professional development, it's not like extra
It's similar-
personal time?
No. This is towards salary adjustments.
Gotcha, okay.
So on this scale, it has by year, you move lanes?
Lanes and steps.
And
based on
steps,
how
so
many
you
credits.
move steps down.
So it's the
By
steps.
year, is it down?
The steps go down 1, 2, 3, 4.
By year, right, so year 1, you're here, year 2, you're there, so you go up, you get a,
Gotcha.
and you can also go up and over, so you can get more money by year, just by time, you just get more money, or if you get credits.
Credits are
You
moving.
get more
moving a
money,
lane.
and then you can go up,
Master's
down.
degree plus 15.
Yes, I remember
Yes.
those.
So people get up to 15
I don't know.
credits.
It's a
they
great
can
question.
shift to another, yeah.
So she has a
That makes
question,
sense.
is it a permanent move, once they get a credit?
Not an in-service credit isn't a permanent move though, right? But graduate credit is.
In service, a certain number of hours is equivalent to
A graduate
Okay.
credit. Yeah.
I don't know.
A certain number of hours, it's in the contract.
It's all contractual.
Yeah.
She's gonna look that up. Okay.
No, no problem.
And so,
And lastly, how are we doing
It's Article
with
6.
MBK, the other program?
The other,
I don't, because it's so
there are
big.
two, there's the fellows, and then
Yeah.
the fellows with the 2 young men and the 2 mentors that are being approved tonight.
Yes,
That one is
yes,
right? They're gonna start their mastermind series, et cetera, so that one is in place.
okay.
As communicated last year, last year was the final year of FACE in terms of grant funds,
Okay.
right? So we haven't heard anything additional from New York State Ed
Mhm.
outside of the desire to put out the RFP, but nothing has been communicated.
Gotcha.
However, you will see on the board agenda a call to action facilitators.
Yeah.
These are individuals within our community who are willing, willing to come together to kind of facilitate, given we are MBK community, approved community, to see what we could do moving forward. We don't have an answer yet, but just seeing what we could do if money is granted versus if it's not, just being able to see what other resources we have.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
no, I was reading this. I didn't realize this was call to action is different. So call to action works up facilitators at the contractual hourly rate of $53 not to exceed 10 per individual for the total not to exceed $15.90. And where is that coming from, Title I?
That's coming from Title I, excuse me. That's coming from Title I, as part of our effort to continue,
do a
you know, to see
program.
what we continue, how we can continue. But basically, the goal is for an action plan of some sort. But we don't know the degree of.
Because we don't know what
We
the
haven't
grant
counted the
funding will be.
cost. Yeah.
Okay, any more discussion?
Got it, thank you.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention, motion carries. Next, we have items F2, personal non-instructional items.
I move that we approve the non-instructional personnel items presented to the board for approval this evening.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention, motion carries. Next item is F3, board action items.
I move that we approve the board action items presented to the board for approval this evening.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
All right, I just wanted to know about the budget code transfer, just to kind of understand. So the maintenance supplies that are coming from each school, can you give me an example of what those supplies would consist of?
So I pulled a record from last year to see what vendors we were paying out of there.
Okay.
So the vendors I'll be speaking about are Granger, Sherwin-Williams, Cintas, and Sterling Supplies. So Granger is very similar to like a Home Depot. So we recently bought ceiling tiles from there, bolts, nuts, etc. Sterling is all paper products like toilet paper, tissues, garbage bags. Cintas is where we get our facilities uniforms from. Contractually, they are allowed 4 uniforms a year, and Sherwin-Williams is paint.
Okay. So removing that from each of the schools, do we anticipate that we might need, I don't know, more uniforms, more paints and things? I mean, we got a lot of stuff.
So what I
going on, but-
did, the reason why I chose those codes, we don't use furniture codes here, and it seems like it's been past practice that furniture that was not applicable to an equipment code has been previously taken from a supply code. So those 4 codes, on last year's ending balance on June 30th, had considerable amounts remaining in them. So that, you know, they are non-instructional codes. It feels like they were the appropriate codes to choose. You know, the total budget transfer, there was just under 12,000 that could be applied to an equipment code, and then the rest wasn't applicable because of the threshold that we have for equipment.
Okay. So about 56,000, I'm just rounded it, you're moving around. Now that's to fund desks and chairs for 3 classrooms at the high school. I don't know if you guys, you know.
So I
but-
did ask, it's not exactly 3 classrooms, even though that's what had originally come through on the requisition.
Okay.
From what I'm led to believe is it's 7 classrooms that has different needs in each classroom. And what they would be doing is it would be dealt with on a lottery basis so that there was equity across the board. So basically, out of these 7 classrooms, it would be a lottery as to who got what. It would be spread amongst the group. And
The question was, how are you deciding which classrooms would get the furniture? And she said it would be done by a lottery.
yes, he says he has 7 classrooms that have a need for something. So those 7 classrooms would be part of a lottery, and that would make it
Fair.
fair for everybody, so that one classroom didn't feel slighted over the other.
And what building over?
I believe it's all in the high school, middle school.
This is all
They're the
high
ones
school.
that requested.
In the middle school, on the 3rd floor?
Middle high school.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly which rooms, he didn't specify, he just said 7 classrooms.
Okay.
Trustee Valen?
Sorry, you mentioned that at June 30th, the imbalances were remaining. I believe the supply lines are the lines, I could be misremembering. I believe the supply lines are the lines that we cut in the budget because we saw there would be a surplus. Do you know, did the starting balance of, because you're taking money from this current school year, did the starting balances Were they similar?
The lines that I noticed were cut were not supply lines, they were utility lines.
So knowing that we don't have a furniture line, is that something, I know we're getting ready to kind of restructure those capital project codes. Would you
Just
do
the
that for this,
appropriation
too?
lines in general too, so that they're
We
more
could,
specific.
when it becomes time to start looking at the
Yeah.
budget, we could decide how we wanna move forward as far, the time to do it, typically if you're gonna change your budget codes, would be at the beginning of a school year.
Right.
So we would create the codes going into the budget season, and those codes would technically take effect on July first.
Okay.
If we create codes and change them prior, like in our current school year, there's a lot of transfers that need to happen. So it's just a little bit cleaner to do the work now and then have it start at the beginning of a school year.
Okay. And then just the last thing too, the teaching regular school district equipment, what expenses were going there?
So this is a district-wide
Yeah.
code that they use, and, again, next year, when I'm looking to build next year's budget, I prefer to have a building equipment budget line, to have it separated out by budget. The way they do it now is they budget in one district-wide code, and then the buildings request, and we do a transfer from the district-wide code to the building code. So each building does have a 200 code. I'm told that our past practice here has been that our equipment threshold is $500. I will be honest with you, I cannot find that in writing anywhere. But I have been told that that has been the past practice for at least 16 years. So what that basically means is any item that costs under $500, such as an $80 chair, maybe $150 student desk, is not eligible to be used in an equipment code. So they have very strict guidelines for what type of items, and it's usually a board policy determines what your equipment threshold is, and we're using 500 currently. So that's why out of the entire order, the only items that could be included in the 200 code were the larger teacher desks. The other items, their cost was, their unit cost was too low to be considered equipment.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, like, if we have this district line, why not take the 56K from there and then just give it over?
I would have loved to have done that, but unfortunately, we would be written up by our auditors if we did that.
But the thing is, your order is not on a you're not paying for each desk and chair individually. You're not getting 500 invoices, you're getting one bulk invoice, right?
Right, but it's not cumulative when it comes to a equipment threshold.
Okay. So they're looking at it on a per unit basis?
Mhm.
No matter if your purchase order has,
No matter,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, any more questions, comments regarding board action? No, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? Motion carries. Next we have, items for our next meeting. I gotta find the page. Item J1, minutes. You have some questions about your section. Oh, you're ready? Okay, you stop. Just stop me when I get to J1, minutes for the next meeting. J2, treasurer's report. J3, warrant report. J4, change order. J5, donation. J6, donation. J7, surplus equipment.
I want J7.
Okay.
I
Well,
did,
I'm sorry,
Oh,
what
you have
number?
something
Did you have
yeah,
something?
you were on a roll.
Sorry, which number, J?
J3,
Three.
the warrant reports, and I'm gonna try to remember now because it's late and it's somewhere back in the cobwebs. On the Tobin Claims Adjuster report was, any chance anyone's got it open, it was like the last item on the list.
Are you talking about the ones where they tell us the ones that had the average or something like that? That
Yes,
is- okay,
yes, and that
yeah, I saw it
they
there.
say that this is the reason why
Yeah.
they held it, and that X was given.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I can't remember what it is.
Was
So,
that vendors, two of them on there that we have a contract for, and the question is,
No.
I got it, I got it in here, hold on. No, I did, I got it on
Yeah,
my
she gets it
paper.
printed. It will be,
Maybe not. It should be back here.
It sounds like it's a claims auditor report she's
It's
looking
the
at.
claims auditor
Was
report,
that
yeah.
that cycle of one you were looking at?
Yep, like the bottom one is the second bottom one.
Was
There's
it a
one
contractor, one of those ones?
claims auditor, yep, Tobin something, I forget their name.
Yeah, but they had it listed up.
You have it open?
Yeah.
Oh, you have it?
I don't have it open, if you
Yeah.
just read it aloud.
I know when I see it, I'll,
be
I
reminded.
looked at it this morning, and I saw two people on there.
Oh, claim side.
Yeah, that thing.
ICANN School of Med at Mount MT something. It says no board approval or service for the finding. And then it says signed service agreement with rates provided by purchasing and then allowed. So this said no board approval, and I was curious of why that might be. There was no board approval on that item.
I'll have to look into that.
I remember.
I remember seeing
them
an
doing
ICANN
good stuff with it.
contract last year. Were
Yeah.
they looking for a new one?
I don't know. The claims auditor stopped it and said there
For
was no
this
board
school year,
approval on
Didn't
it.
find it, they didn't find the board approval.
But when they put it on there, don't they, if I'm not mistaken, there was a column where it got corrected,
Yes.
and then they would move forward, right? Okay.
However, I would say that our audit report of our claims auditing,
Oh, yeah. I know
What
where
was
that's
the
going. I
vendor
get it.
name on that one?
ICHAN. Yeah. IHCAN,
School of
Well, I'm
Med-
trying to see if it's spelled wrong, and maybe that was the problem, so.
is it IHCAN?
ICAHN.
ICAHN?
2100.
ICHAN? Yeah, maybe it's spelled wrong.
Is that one of our related services?
Yes.
I think
I think so.
Yeah, because that
It's
usually
this?
gets renewed every year.
Yeah,
If
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
related
Correct, that's
services.
why we all
Board.
remember the name,
Yeah.
but don't
Yeah.
know. July 1,
So do we want it, so this is for next meeting?
July 1.
So
Oh,
they'll
wait,
look
I'm not
into
done.
it.
It was approved July 1?
July, if it's for, sorry, just, if she's gonna, if Ms. Garrett's gonna look into it, July
I'm
1,
gonna look into it.
item N, like Nancy, 4. I don't know if the services on that resolution are the services that were billed on that invoice. That's
Okay.
where you'll
That's
find
true.
out.
So that's for next meeting.
I
Is
will
there
look into
anything
that.
else? J4, J5, J6, stop me now, no, J7, trustee Nance?
Yes, J7, it might be a terminology thing. Surplus equipment facilities department, this is in reference to 2 non-working ice machines. So my question is, should it be called a surplus, or should it be something like obsolete? I don't know if surplus is the right terminology, because.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
I will say that all of our disposals that I was able to look up and see, it looks like our practice here is to
Yeah,
use the
they
word
call it a
surplus.
yeah.
But I agree with you, there is a difference between surplus and obsolete, and something that we are acknowledging has no value, or is non-working, would be called obsolete and not surplus.
And then just, again, thinking about, I know you guys have an asset management spreadsheet now.
Yes.
So it says that we're gonna update the inventory list for this. When will that happen? Will that happen once you guys remove the ice machines, or now that you know it's obsolete? Like, how does that hold?
No, usually, actually, it would happen sooner, probably because it's being board approved tonight. So probably within 24 to 48 hours, the treasurer will be notified that the item has been board approved, and she, at that point, would go on and update the spreadsheet. I don't personally know how long it takes for someone to come pick up the machines. I would assume that probably takes a few days.
This is gonna be on the next agenda.
Oh, so it would be after, whatever agenda it's approved on, we notify them to make the change. Same as like if it was a donation, the next day we're taking action.
October 21st agenda.
Yep.
Okay. Makes sense.
Okay, any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any? What?
This was items for next
This is
meeting,
it.
this wasn't a
Oh,
vote.
so sorry. You guys
Oh,
just
yeah.
fell right in line and said.
We're like, yes,
All right,
yes.
listen, guys, is there any new business? K1? Hearing none, is there a motion for adjournment?
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and abstention, motion carries. Good night, it's 11:20.
11:20.
Hey,